If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I begin, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney. Y'all see the law license on the wall signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business and I was drinking my water. And somebody said we got ASAP Rocky trial starting today. So let's get into it. We got opening statements coming up. We got the first couple of witnesses. We're going to see what happens. This trial can really go either way. So I am shocked to see how, it would turn out. I'll be shocked either way. Guilty or not guilty. Right now, we're waiting for the court to start the live feed, and they haven't started it yet. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. We got pros and cons for both sides. We got the pros for, ASAP Rocky, and then we got the pros for the prosecution, and then we got the cons for ASAP Rocky and the cons for the prosecution. So this trial can go either way. What's going on, y'all? Thank you for popping in. What's going on, Tia? I haven't seen you in a minute. It's been a minute. And y'all all know the question of the day. Everybody want to know what's going on, Miss Trikisha. What's going on, Miss Susan Fit at 57, all the way from St. Petersburg. Okay, come on. Happy Friday. Y'all know what the question is, right? Is Rihanna going to attend the trial? And if she do attend the trial, is she gonna bring her umbrella? Ella, hey. Because I know it's about the rain. Somebody said it's raining. The prosecution go first, so they're about to rain down all of their evidence against Rocky. They get to go first. They have the burden of proof. We're waiting for the live stream to kick in. Today is the official first day for streaming. They picked the jury earlier this week, but they didn't have cameras on. So today is the first day. So I anticipated that it wouldn't start exactly on time. What's going on, Keys Mobile? Yeah, she needs she needs to support her man. I think so too. Just her appearance alone can be enough to move one of the jurors. Move them. May move them from guilty to not guilty. But the question is, do she go every day? Because you go every day, they may get used to you. Or did she pop in, towards the end before it's time to go deliberate? She pop in. Like she popped out at the Super Bowl. With a baby in her belly. Come on here. She's a working woman. She said she wasn't going to stop. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Let's share the screen.
It turns out that in January 2024, there was a comparison done, and I want to be clear what we're talking about.
I don't think they have the audio on yet.
Two extended cases that were found at the crime scene by the victim in the case. What was the date? What was the date that the extended casings were turned into the police?
Somebody said
the date of the incident. It would have been 2 days later.
Let them know you're there to support your media. I think she should pop in. She can't come every day because I know she is a full-time mother to her children.
6, so it would have been around November 8th.
Yeah. So it might be hard for her to pop in every single day, being a mom. But
there's work done.
And I even think the judge want to see her.
Unbeknownst to,
okay, there we go. We got action.
Further examination of the case. That examination revealed that, in fact, the two casings are consistent with having been fired. They're 9mm casings from certain 9mm.
I'm waiting for them to turn the sound on.
Somewhat unique, and they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, okay.
Yeah, I think the judge want to see her for his personal
Reports say that the
reason for whatever, because he wants to know when she's going to come. He
or
wants to know ahead of time when she's in the audience and he don't miss her. I don't know what's going on. He already made a comment about Rocky's mother,
Let me read exactly.
and that could be a good
Items
thing.
1A.
It wasn't a negative comment; it was a positive one. So maybe he'll take that into consideration
Of aftermarket slots
if
for
he has to sentence Rocky to any time, if we even get that far. But that's a long way from now.
PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down because the court reporter needs to take it.
Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SSA, and Glock model 43 and 44.
Oh yeah, let me see something right quick.
We have been given information that in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able
Let me
to
see
get
if
one.
Court TV got their.
But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more
They're staying
unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner.
We want to see her. He wants to see.
That the markings he has seen very rarely.
All right, cool. Let me see.
Did this ballistic regards?
The examiner's first name is going to be F-I-D-A-L, last name B-I-R-A, I-M-A-H.
D-I-R-A.
I-M-A-H. So the way this came about was, we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a
Okay,
look.
so I see the words are rolling at the bottom.
This report.
Let me see.
Which in the attachment.
Detective Flores. From every homicide?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report before. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails, we don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear, the report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over this report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they had turned it over, and they did it.
What time did Detective Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Cruz's?
Yesterday afternoon, you want the exact time?
Approximately.
It was yesterday afternoon, we were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3/18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to my desk.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, they're done?
Because the first thing we had to do was, we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed them, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court discovery order. And we responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went to the middle and I got the case. I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not gonna go any further, other than to tell the court, I read the case, I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel, and I sent it to the court.
All right, the last, kind of just one last factor on it, which is, I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis. So I tried to immediately contact the lab to expedite and see if they could send that to me immediately, but they were not open at the time that I called. So we had to call this morning at around 6, and they scanned it and sent it over, and I sent that to the defense as soon as I got it.
How many pages is this report?
The report is one
The
page.
report itself is
It's
one page.
One page. How many pages are there total of all the police reports, all of the discovery in this case? How many pages?
Regarding this one,
Regarding the total number of,
regarding this one.
No, I was,
no, the total number of pages involving this case and this investigation.
I would estimate 100 or over 100 pages. I mean, to be totally candid with the court, I haven't counted them, but that's just ballparking the various reports, and things that we
He's
received.
gonna rate you.
I
Monica, me.
understand now the sequence of events, right? Who wants to speak to the defense?
I think, I'll start, maybe Mr. Siegel, if I leave something out, we tackle this together. I mean, we spent literally the night before, about 5 hours. trying to do it. So,
Speak slowly, the court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly what you have to say. Go ahead.
You're right, Chelsea.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not gonna argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention in the district attorney's office until after the jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury, obviously the jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. And we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're gonna have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer, you know that, Your Honor, I'm not gonna rehash that. We're here, we're ready to open today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question, because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We paid the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, to render fair and effective representation here,
Thank you, Monica.
as we all assured Mr. Mayor we would have, in the midst of a trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab, with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it gonna take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I
All
mean,
right, so what do you think?
what am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out, I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this.
What?
We have to either strike this whole panel, we need a continuance, we have to start again. What I'm asking for is you include this. This is after the jury was panel. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in, because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's, yeah, on the written report, 28 pages of backup data. So that's what I'm requesting. I'm requesting this to be included. It's after the jury's panel here. You know, Seals pointed out, there's also a balancing argument under 352. You know, which I think is also something that's relevant here, including that one too. But you know, we have this whole. I don't even know what to say here, Your Honor. I really don't. I want to make sure he gets a fair trial. He's here, we're ready to go. We all assured him we'd get a fair trial, and this is. I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make it an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period. End of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so, that this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a court in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. I got to be honest with you. It's not right. It's not fair to him.
All right, he's selling it.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, did you want to?
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say,
I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackleton said. You want to add something new?
no, yeah,
You're welcome to it.
I want to add something new, so I dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments. And that is, the report says that the characteristics include, are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case, based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons Mr. Tackleton said. So I'm just adding an additional factor.
All right, what I'm hearing from you then, that it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. The defense is like, it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. We don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. I didn't say it's inculpatory, he didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test, because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is, not that it's not inculpatory, not that, we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms is not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Lund.
I want to take things one step at a time. Council brought up a race comparison to what has happened thus far.
Alex, Could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just to please be patient, and we're going to have them come in as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Holiday Division or the DA's office would have in any way not turned this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. So again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Takavita says, the client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, he says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Takavita suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to him on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, yeah, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had it, which is correct, and the record would support it. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with.
Okay.
I understand about the 2 defense witnesses.
Okay.
We've covered that.
Right.
Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night, he sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 Calif 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. Investigation had been done by the MATE team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of their case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that in fact the MATE lead detective now had a new opinion contradicting the prior opinion that in fact, in actuality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over the defense and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's going to be testifying to. Defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware of, and under the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, then in essence, the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor knew. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuance or mistrial. Here's what we have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there's going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that, in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction, because as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over.
Y'all
There's
agree?
no reason why we wouldn't have turned it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court and we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate in what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that this is evidence that is going to be important, we will ask to admit that evidence later on in the trial. In the meantime, we will make arrangements for counsel, and they can hire any qualified firearms expert. I want to distinguish between Hughes and this case. Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died. It was very time consuming. It's an extremely complex investigation. This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it.
I believe they've already.
We believe they already have the evidence, they have it with them, and we will get it to the defense. I just, this is related to the other issue, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously, on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yes, yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about, you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So, yeah, but I am correct. The court's original ruling was.
Yeah, that is what I said. Originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay,
Go on with the present issue about the ballistic.
So where we sit right now is that counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear that the defense is not happy with this jury. They've made it clear.
Hold on.
No, don't interrupt.
Okay.
He didn't interrupt you, don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be the second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not 352.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
Please, on
No, you can't.
I can't respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm going to make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report.
Thank you,
Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden that it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot A AP Relli, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts.
No, sir. No.
My star judicial assistant over there, Alice, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire,
Absolutely.
contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tacopina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to commit? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was a question.
So,
Yeah, do not mention that.
Understood.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury, and I'll print the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that, Ms. Kaplan, the list of the firearms examiners?
I could also email it out to the press.
Just print it. Yes, sir. If you
Okay. So it appears that the prosecution withheld evidence. They say they didn't have it. Who they say had it? The police department, of course, but they're separate. The police had it. We didn't have it, said the prosecutor, even though y'all work together. And what the defense is saying, there's no way the police had this report all this time. And all of a sudden, right before the first day of trial, it comes out of nowhere. So, the defense is throwing a flag on the play. And then you got the prosecution saying, hold on, the defense did this. The defense came up with some type of defense that Rocky had a starter gun. It's not a real gun. It's one of the guns you see at like a track meet, I guess, the one they shoot in the air. And they're saying Rocky's attorney did not turn it over to the prosecution. He didn't turn over the witness statements because two of the witnesses are going to say that gun was not a real gun. It was a starter gun. So, we got some shaky stuff going on from both sides, but at the end of the day, the burden is on the prosecution. And the prosecution cannot play those type of games because they have to turn over any exculpatory evidence. So I'm not sure what's going on with the feed. We need Maurice. Somebody say, where Maurice at? Let's get Maurice on the line. Oh, hold up. It's come. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Right. I mean, this is going to be a tricky trial. And we can go through kind of, what the evidence is going to be for both sides. Hold on. Let me see something right quick. Let me make sure. I don't know why they bring it out the jury, so they don't want the jury to be shown. Okay. Okay, that's a good little thumbnail or come on here, law and crime. Yeah, so we're trying to figure that out. As far as, was it a starter gun? Was it a real gun? And to verify what the witness said, the complaining witness, some people call him the victim. The victim said he was shot at twice. And the victim said he found 2 shell casings on the scene after the police. I believe it was 7 police officers went to the scene after this alleged shooting. They didn't find any shell casings whatsoever. But then after that, the person that was shot at went back to the scene by himself without a flashlight in the dark. And within 2 minutes, he found the shell casings, both of them. So, that don't sound like it's viable. How you find them shell casings? And they're saying the shell casings are 9mm shell casings. And then you have, they said Rocky didn't have a 9mm gun at his home, but he did have a magazine that holds 9mm bullets.
Opening statements. If you're inclined to be a note taker, it's not necessary to take notes during the opening statement, because the opening statement is not evidence. The opening statement is what the attorney believed the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. Prislovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot.
All right, y'all, we're gonna watch the first video.
Now, I'm gonna move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma. And I'm gonna pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're gonna wanna focus your attention at the top left-hand corner.
Let me get out the way and make it bigger.
All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these two videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about one block one block west and one block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, on Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021, at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call, that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name A$AP Rocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Mayers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terell Ephron. And Mr. Ephron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname A AP Relli. Mr. Ephron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Ephron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time, was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment.
And he is.
Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Ephron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Hills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Ephron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Ephron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Ephron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Ephron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Ephron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Ephron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. he was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Ephron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Ephron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Ephron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that it kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance. If you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma, so Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Ephron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Ephron.
Is he really a victim though?
The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Ephron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Looks like they got each other jacked up.
You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Ephron. He's pulling at Mr. Ephron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Ephron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Ephron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Ephron. Mr. Ephron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Ephron, he was also threatening Mr. Ephron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Ephron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it.
Maybe he knew it was a prop gun. He wasn't afraid of it.
That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Ephron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Ephron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Ephron walked away down Argyle towards Selma.
So Rocky walked away.
And Mr. Ephron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Ephron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife,
He follows
that
them.
his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him.
So
That it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Ephron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew
they had a
the
gun
defendant had a gun.
in a knife.
Because although Mr. Ephron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Ephron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we've talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looks like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection.
No,
The
sir.
red arrow
I can't see.
is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Ephron.
Let's see.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like it's happening in the middle of the street.
Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video.
Sir, stop
You
it.
see Mr. Ephron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen.
Stop it.
Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio.
Right?
Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Ephron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Ephron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Ephron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands.
Come on.
Mr. Ephron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not.
Right.
Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case.
Really?
We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12B, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all 4 of these men, the defendant, 12B, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime, who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. you'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call will be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Ephron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Ephron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Ephron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Ephron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found.
That'd be for real.
Mr. Ephron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you'll also hear from Mr. Ephron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayers' response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Ephron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying. any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Ephron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, right, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th,
He
in
sought
the early
money.
morning hours, 3:40 a.m. You'll hear that Mr. Ephron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money.
Of course.
And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Ephron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Ephron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayers' home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayers' bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayers' home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was, in fact, the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door. And wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision. Listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We'll have you come in, and you will hear from Mr. Rakim. Are you going to do the? All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case, and please don't look at any newspapers. You've got to keep that mind open and impartial. And
All right, y'all. So we got a lot to talk about. And the court, I will say, have some weird hours. I have never seen any hours like this. So the court schedule is from 10:30 to 12, and then they take an hour and a half lunch break, and then we come back from 1:30 to 4. So that's, 4 hours for the whole day, 10:30 to 12, and then 1:30 to 4. And this is LA time. So for the rest of us, it's late in the day. The whole day will be gone. And I thought Glanville had some crazy hours, but this is a crazy case. So from my understanding, I took a few notes, and I'll drop the link. Anybody want to come up and add anything that y'all heard or that didn't sound right? But so supposedly he met with his friend. Rocky met with Relli. They were mad at each other for whatever reason. Relli knew Rocky was mad at him, but he still met up with him. They met up. They get into a tussle. Relli says he see a gun from Rocky. Rocky pointed at his chest and said, "I'm going to kill you." And then he said another person with Rocky that had a knife. And for whatever reason, they left the scene. They were leaving. Rocky was leaving with the gun, and the other person was leaving with the knife. This is Relli's story, allegedly. They walking away, and all of a sudden he's upset, and he follows them. He follows a person that has a knife, and he follows a person that has a gun, who he said that just pointed at his chest and said he was going to kill him. But not only that, he said, but I knew Rocky wasn't going to kill me. I knew he wasn't going to shoot me. I knew he wasn't going to fire the gun. And, my theory is maybe he knew that Rocky carried a starter pistol for whatever reason. They've been friends for years. The prosecution established that. They all ASAP. They all in the same group. So maybe he knew Rocky wasn't going to shoot me because he couldn't shoot me with a fake gun. But in any event, he follows them. We hear gunshots. The police officers show up. I think there's like 7 police officers on the scene. This happened in the middle of the street. It's not in a grassy area, in a big field or cornfield where you can't see anything. It's the middle of the street. So you should be able to see casings in the middle of the street, like shell casing from a gun. Police, they search around. They have their big flashlights, all of them looking in the road, looking. They didn't find anything. Then after the police leave, later on, Relli goes back to the scene, and he magically finds 2 shell casings sitting in the road, no flashlight, in the dark. Like, voila, here we go. The police didn't find it, but I found it immediately. And he found it, and then 2 hours later, after he found it, 2 whole hours, he takes the shell cases to the police station. And that sounds, strange to me. And it doesn't look like he was shot. Maybe with the tussle when it happened, somebody hit the ground. Maybe he skinned his fist on the ground. But I don't think he was shot. I don't even think he was grazed. And not only that, but the police somehow, they said the footage is gone before Relli showed up. So after the police officers searched the scene, they didn't find the shell casings. And before Relli showed up and found the shell casings, there's like 30 minutes of video missing. And I don't know if the prosecutor touched on this, but I heard this in the preliminary investigation. There's 30 minutes of footage missing. And I'm thinking Relli could have went back to the scene. Maybe he planted those bullets and took pictures and then picked them back up. But it's strange to me that the officers said that 30 minutes before Relli showed up to find the bullets is gone. Nobody knows where that footage is. So I don't know. It's some shady stuff going on. Wait, what? Let me see what else I had in the notes that just stood out to me. And even the the initial reason they met up, it was strange because supposedly Rocky was on the phone with somebody else, and that person just happens to be with Relli, the person, you know, that showed up to fight Rocky, I guess. And when Rocky was talking to that person, they had it on speakerphone, and Rocky just happened to say something negative about Relli, who just happens to be there while on speakerphone. I don't know. It's just not making sense. And then the next day, he's trying to extort money from Rocky. Like, hey, he needs to pay me some money. Like, why you want money? If somebody shot at you, you should want justice. You should want them to go to jail. But you said no, you wanted money. And you got it, it's in text messages, it's in writing. So I don't know. I don't think it's enough so far. And I'm trying to call it both ways because I know Law Malcolm gonna have something to say. He gonna say I'm always taking up for the rappers. But I think it's some money. Yeah. I really do believe if Rocky would have paid that man some money, we wouldn't be talking here today. But I don't think Rocky wanted to pay him. Rocky said, if I shot you, let's go to trial. Actually, I want to pull up the part real quick. And shout out to the reporter, Megan from California. Yeah, I know she's been working on this trial. And I think it's her channel that has some of the footage from when the officers showed up, or one of the detectives testified about showing up, the officer showing up, and they didn't see any shell casing, but all of a sudden, Relli went back to the scene and found those shell casings. Let me see if I can find that video, that part. Let me see if this is gonna work. And if anybody have anything that I missed, y'all want to throw out there. She said, "Oh, this is the odd case to me." That could be. That's been an argument. They're upset that Rocky made it out of the group, and they didn't get as much traction as, Rocky had. All right, let me see if I can get to that point. All right, this might be a good part. Let me see. And again, shout out to Megan.
You know why no reports were generated? You know.
I don't believe they encountered any of that.
A few seconds.
Law enforcement did not locate any casings or signs of a shooting during that search.
That's correct.
And despite there being at least 7 officers who responded to the scene, not one officer took any notes or prepared any reports regarding that response.
Objection calls for discovery and relevance.
Relevance?
Court's going to allow the detective to answer. No, there were no reports other than their daily log of the officers related to calls that are generated from the responding to radio calls.
Right, so that's a logbook where they say we're responding to cell note, whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why no reports were generated? You know.
I don't believe they encountered any of the victims or any of the direct witnesses to the crime, so there's nothing to document at the time.
Okay. So after they left, after the police left, Mr. Ephron then returns to the scene at 11:09.
Correct.
And as shown on the video, Mr. Ephron, without a flashlight and by himself, supposedly located the casings within 2 minutes,
Correct.
according to him.
Within the period of time that he was there. I'm
Right.
not sure exactly 2 minutes or what the time was, but
Short period of time, right?
correct.
According to him.
Yes.
And while there, Mr. Ephron claims he videotaped the shell casings.
Objection, it's not a question, and
Not a question.
relevance?
Well, I think it was a question. Everything I'm doing is a question. There was a question mark at the end.
There was, I believe there was a video that you showed, wasn't there,
Yes.
of the shell casings in the street?
Yeah, my understanding of what Mr. Tacopino said was Mr. Ephron claimed he shot a video at the location. There's no question there. That's a statement by Mr. Tacopino.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Ephron claimed to have shot a video at the scene of the shell casings. Correct. What was that question?
Counsel, I'm not gonna allow you to engage in that conduct with Mr. President.
Okay, I'd like the same respect, though, Your Honor, from Mr. President.
Well, I
as
think
well.
he is being respectful both to you and to the court.
Well, suggest that that wasn't a question.
And you just interrupted the court, so
And I
you're really
apologize.
not being respectful of the court right now.
You're right,
So
I
I'm gonna
apologize.
ask that you tone yourself down, way down.
Sure, way down.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Well, now that I made that a question, could I have an answer?
You can answer.
Thanks.
Yes, there was a video that I reviewed.
Again, that Mr. Ephron claims he took at the scene of the shell cases.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What's going on, KB?
Law enforcement recovered 2 portions of a video from 1616 Vista Del Mar. Right?
Two files.
Yeah,
correct.
2, right. The first one starts at 22:10 and ends at 22:30 and 01, meaning it starts at like 10:10 p.m. and ends at 10:30.
Correct.
And that's the video portion that captures the altercation itself.
That's correct.
Okay. And the second portion of the video starts at 2300, meaning about 11 p.m. and ends at 23:19:59 seconds, meaning around 11:20.
Yes,
Okay. And that's the portion that captures Mr. Ephron returning to the scene.
that's correct.
What law enforcement did not recover and preserve, however, was the video in between those 2 portions, meaning the video from the scene from 1616 Vista Del Mar from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And
Okay, y'all, so this is the part here. He's saying from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., where is that video? Because that would show how the shell casings actually got to the scene. If we are to believe that 7 police officers missed it, that means somebody planted it. But that piece of video is missing. But it just so happens that this detective, he actually seen the video, but he didn't turn that video over, or he didn't think it was worth saving, even though that was right before the shell casings was supposedly found. I just find it strange. Some don't sound right. Let's listen to this part.
from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And that video would have shown the police responding to the scene, for example.
Yes,
It also would have captured any other person that may have appeared on the scene after the police left,
yes,
before the 11 p.m. video.
correct.
Okay. And because you don't have that missing video, you don't know if anyone, including Mr. Ephron, came back to the scene during that 30-minute window between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
That's correct.
Did anyone from law enforcement, to your knowledge, ever watch the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar that would have covered the period from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
Yes,
So someone watched it.
yes,
Who? You?
yes.
But you didn't recover it?
There was nothing there to recover.
What does that mean?
There was nothing there that I saw that was captured anything related to the crime.
So well, at that point, how'd you know if anything was related to the crime?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
I'll withdraw that. I'll re-ask her. Well, what was captured on the video from 10:30 to 11 p.m.?
I mean, there was nothing there to the point where Mr. Ephron showed up, or we believe it was Mr. Ephron, where he began the search and he ultimately, consistent with what he said about collecting 2 casings from the street.
So you actually watched the video from 10:30 to 11, but didn't recover it?
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, Detective, were any human beings captured on the video?
I don't recall from that period, that half-hour period.
Did you make a report?
Okay, so y'all heard what he said. What's going on, Lady J? Thank you for popping in. Y'all heard what he said. He watched the video before Relli found these bullets, but he didn't save the video. And then the attorney asked him, he said, well, were there any human beings that was in that area on the street for that 30-minute period before the bullets was found? And instead of the officer saying, you know, no, I didn't see anyone, because if I had seen anyone, I would have documented it for sure, because that person would have been in my crime scene. But he's saying, I think he said, what was his answer? I don't recall, or some answer like that, where he don't have to per se lie under oath. Let me see what he just said. What was his answer?
And in that video, Detective, were any human beings captured on the video?
I don't recall from that period, that half-hour period.
You're right. Yeah, how you don't recall if somebody was there? Wait. What happened? He was one of the attorney that Trump said had bad hygiene. Wait a minute now. Pamela, they said that you wouldn't be a fair juror giving verdict based on looks. What is going on? Somebody said he also perhaps represented Harvey. Oh, okay. Prosecution looked like Adam. Yeah, I don't know. Something ain't right. Because that video could show Relli going back to the scene, planting the bullets, dropping them on the ground, taking pictures. But obviously, that would not help the case against Rocky. If you see Relli playing evidence, then obviously that's not going to give you a famous case. You're not going to have nothing to prosecute. So all of a sudden, make that video disappear. Oh, it wasn't nothing on there. Trust me, bro. I watched it. I'm an officer of the law. I'm a detective. No, I didn't make a report. No, there wasn't nobody there. Nothing to see here. Keep moving. Your client did it. He's guilty. Let me see what the vote looking like so far. Okay, 76% not guilty, 18% guilty, and 6% hung jury. And we gotta remember, I don't know if it's been disclosed or not, that one of the experts is a firearms instructor, or one of the experts, one of the members of the jury is a firearms instructor. And she's going to be the, expert in the room when it's time to deliberate. She works with guns all the time, so she can say, hey, that's a starter gun, that's not a starter gun, or a starter gun doesn't sound like that, that's a real gun. But also her dad is a defense attorney. And, she's a firearms instructor, but her dad's been a defense attorney his whole career, so maybe that's a positive. But yeah. She said he sounded like a match for Viverito. Yeah. They know how to make stuff disappear, don't they? I just can't understand, if you have a high profile case, even if it's not high profile, you have a shooting, why not tell the camera people, whoever camera there was, give me from before the shooting happened all the way up until the shell casing was allegedly found, the last person on the scene. Why would you say, okay, I don't need that particular 30 minutes? It just sounds shaky to me, like they hiding something. All right, let's keep going. If anybody want to add want to jump in, just let me know. I'll drop the link again.
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, Detective, were any human beings captured on the video?
I don't recall from that period, that half-hour period.
Did you make a report regarding the observation of that video?
No.
Okay.
Of course not. Why would he?
Now, you just said that that video between 10:30 and 11 that you watched but did not recover, correct?
Correct.
Had no relevant evidence to the investigation.
Nothing that I saw, sir, that was inconsistent with Mr. Ephron or anything else that would have affected.
But what, okay, and I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yes.
I asked you if any human beings or any people were on that video, and your answer was what?
I said nothing outside of what we knew as far as what occurred initially, and then ultimately the officers responded, and having the body worn video from the officers to fill in that gap, and then everything subsequent to that when Mr. Ephron returned.
But certainly on that video between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that you viewed but didn't recover, the police responded and were looking for something and found nothing, right?
Correct. And we have that with
the body cam.
Correct.
So that's why you didn't recover, because you already had that with the body cam.
Correct. We have a better view of
Fair
what
enough.
they observed.
Fair enough. By the way, on the video that was recovered, camera 3 from.
Okay, so he's saying that the officers have body cameras searching the scene. So it's going to be really hard for the prosecution to show if there's 7 officers walking around their body cameras and they're searching the ground, there's no shell casings. And I mean, it happened right there in the street. You know, it's not like it's in a grassy area that can be, the shell cases can be hidden. Then Relli showing up after the officers leave and he finds shell casings. He didn't call the police. He took pictures and he picked them up himself. And Mr. Bruce said, you know, he missed the CSI. We don't need CSI. The victim can photograph their own crimes. Now that's crazy. Have y'all ever heard anything like that? Hey, actually, I did just see a case. It was a lady that was arrested. Her name was Genesis. And her husband's name was Lazarus. And she said some random man came up to them while they were parked in the driveway of their home, shot her husband. She drove her husband to the hospital and just dropped him off and left the scene. And, you know, the reporter said, "Where did you go?" And she said Lazarus was dead. She had to go back home to collect evidence at the crime scene. What? Somebody shoot your husband, you just drop him off at the hospital and say, "Yeah, he's dead, and nothing I can do. Let me go back home and start gathering and collecting evidence." Y'all heard of that one yet? Y'all haven't heard that one? I was like, wait a minute now. And I immediately thought of this case. I said, there's no way that somebody else was collecting their own evidence and taking pictures and stuff. For the people popping in, we're on lunch break with the court. So we just went back and we were watching something from the preliminary hearing. And this was some questioning that the defense attorneys, Rocky's lawyers, had for the lead detective. And the lead detective ain't doing too much leading right now. Hey, the evidence he got is rocky. It's not shaky evidence, it's rocky evidence. Hey, y'all want me to find that clip with the woman that said she left her husband at the hospital because she a doctor too, all of a sudden, because now she said he was dead. She said, "I seen his soul leave his body." So she just dropped him off and just drove back home to begin collecting evidence. I say, wait a minute now. I said, now I have officially heard it all for today. Oh, you said you Googled it? Did you? Let me see if I can find it, y'all. Since we got a little time, and then we can finish with Relli and his story. Even the prosecutor, when he was telling the story during opening statements, he halfway didn't believe this mess. And now, when you on the outside looking in, I know people saying he should have took the plea. 6 months compared to 24 years, he should take the plea. But it's easy for us to say. I mean, some of us can't do 6 hours, 6 days, 6 weeks. And you talking about 6 months, especially with evidence like this. Let me see, y'all, if I can find it. When she said that man was dead. Oh, she said it's an Alabama case. Golly, y'all found that quick. Y'all found that quick. Let me see if I can find the that's wild. I said that woman, why would you leave that man, to take his last breath without any support of the family? Well, she said he took his last breath already, I guess, in a car. So she was just going to, I guess, drop off the body. I don't understand it. Let me see if I can find and she said that she was wrongfully accused. Let me see if this might be one of the videos. All right, let me see if it's gonna let me do it like this. Share screen so I can make it big.
First on 5, a story that you'll see only on News 5. A woman accused of killing her husband on New Year's Day is speaking exclusively to WKRG News 5's Haley Kennedy. Haley joins us now in the studio. And Haley, you sat down with this woman and her father today at Metro Jail to hear what they say happened, and they had quite a story to tell you.
Yeah, they sure did. Genesis Tanksley tells me what Mobile County Sheriff deputies are saying is not true, and that she does not have what it takes to kill anyone, let alone her husband. But she does know who did it. Hands and feet locked in shackles.
I've been wrongly accused by law enforcement, and that their job is for justice.
Genesis Tanksley is accused of killing her husband, Lazarus Tanksley, early on New Year's Day.
He was already shaking, and you could see his soul leaving his body.
Mobile County deputies say Tanksley went to her husband's home, got into an argument, and shot him to death. But Tanksley says that's not true, claiming that she and Lazarus got to the house at the same time.
But there was a guy that was there. I noticed him.
That guy she describes is a 5'8" male with a darker complexion, but a stranger to her and her husband. She says the man tried to get into the back of her car, asking for a ride.
Lazarus came to the right side of the door, and then he opened it. Then, pow, the gun went off. He shot immediately.
She says witnesses helped get Lazarus into the car, and she drove him to USA Health, but then left him there. Why didn't she stay at the hospital?
Because Lazarus was dead.
Leaving him for dead, Genesis says she went back to the house to gather evidence and to go tell her dad.
Wait a minute. She went back to the house to do what? She went back to the house to do what? To gather evidence. Ma'am.
Was dead.
Leaving him for dead, Genesis says she went back to the house to gather evidence and to go tell her dad.
So when she said what she said, I immediately shut down. I can't. That's it. I can't. That's it. I don't want to hear nothing. I can't.
The daddy like, he don't want to hear this story. He know it don't make sense. Look at him. I don't want to hear no more.
to the house to gather evidence and to go tell her dad.
So when she said what she said, I immediately shut down. I can't. That's it. I can't. That's it. I don't want to hear nothing. I can't take this.
Andre Kostarfin says when deputies knocked on his door, he already knew what would happen to his daughter.
You're gonna be locked up tonight, and you're gonna be accused of murder. This man right here, that detective, he's gonna say you done it.
Now Genesis is locked in jail thinking about the person she says killed the love of her life.
Lazarus want him arrested, but me, I wouldn't say nothing.
You don't want him.
Wait a minute. She said her husband would want him arrested, but she wouldn't say nothing.
Me, I wouldn't. Me.
I didn't go back.
Jail thinking about the person she says killed the love of her life.
Lazarus want him arrested, but me, I wouldn't say nothing.
You don't want him arrested.
I wouldn't try to judge nobody, but if I was God and I had to judge somebody, I wouldn't. It won't be nice. It won't be none good. It won't be none good.
Do you want justice?
Yeah.
Lazarus and Genesis have 2 kids together, and one is only a few months old. Genesis is scheduled to be back in court for a preliminary hearing next week. In the studio, Haley Kennedy, W.
Hold on, and this is the second part. Let's see if we can get a little bit.
Only on News 5. Friends of the man who was dropped off dead at the hospital early on New Year's Day is speaking to News 5. Now, this follows our exclusive interview with the wife accused of killing her husband.
News 5's Haley Kennedy has been following this story for us. And Haley, friends are telling you that the wife who you interviewed at Metro yesterday has a history of acting out against her husband.
Yeah, she sure does. Friends of Lazarius Tanksley tells me the two were not together and did not live in the same house. They say this all follows years of harassment, including Genesis allegedly busting the windows of his home and slashing his tires. They say the only reason why he kept her around was for their 2 kids. Long live Larry, written on a flower vase placed at the murder scene.
It's literally like a movie. Nobody woke up and thought that Larry would be murdered. That don't even sound right. That don't sound right at all.
Mobile County deputies say Lazarus Tanksley and his wife Genesis got into an argument when she shot him to death, then dropped him off at the hospital.
She was just a terrible person, that's all I'm gonna say.
Genesis reached out to WKRG News 5 Monday from Metro Jail, asking to share her story, claiming innocence and placing blame on another man.
I never seen him in picture. He was just out there just hanging out. Then he gonna jump in our conversation. That's weird. I knew it. Then he had a gun on him. And then he gonna shoot like that so fast. And then he died after being shot once.
A bond that she thinks could not be broken.
Oh, God. I love Lazarus. Lazarus, oh, God. It's personal. It's private. That's for me.
Okay, y'all, what's she laughing at? Your husband just passed away, and she, yeah.
I love Lazarus. Lazarus, oh, God. It's personal. It's private. That's for me.
But his friends say otherwise.
Started off good, then she started getting a little crazy.
Outside looking in, you know, every relationship got their ups and downs, but I would say it literally like a Six Flags roller coaster.
Accusing Genesis of stalking, busting his windows, and slashing his tires. They say Lazarus's New Year's Eve plans did not include her.
He was at one of our other friends' dad's house, you know, celebrating New Year's. Came home, she was here, and then everything went down.
Did he have any intention of seeing her?
I wouldn't think so.
The lifelong friends were shocked that they would no longer have their buddy, but they're not surprised Genesis is accused of his murder.
It's strategic. It looks just like I did it. It's very strategic.
Who did it?
It just got me wondering, like, it did. It shook me a little bit.
You can't get out of this one. You can't, because everything she was saying was not making sense.
Genesis will be back in court on the 16th for a preliminary hearing. In the studio,
All right, y'all, the one that's popping in, we on lunch, so we just went down a little rabbit hole because the person in Rocky's trial, he went back to the crime scene to collect his own evidence, and apparently so did this lady. She went back and said she needed to gather evidence and left her husband at the hospital for dead. So maybe it's a thing now. People playing CSI, y'all going and y'all getting these cameras. Oh, or y'all using y'all phones, turning them sideways, and y'all taking pictures. And not only did he find the shell casings, he took his own little video. He said, "I'm gonna document this." So he went back to the crime scene. The police said, "We didn't find nothing." He said, "I'm gonna go find something." He went back with his phone and took a little video for him. Right, they may have their own little CSI jackets. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to after the trial is over with, or at least after Relli testify, to see if he can come on here and tell us his version of events. Yeah, I don't know if his lawyer, because I know he got a civil suit going on. I don't know if they're gonna want him to talk about it, but I mean, if you testify in trial, it's gonna be out there. Not only that, you already testified in the preliminary hearing, and that's how we found out all this craziness about him going to the scene and all that stuff. So we're gonna see if we can get him over here to talk to us, because this is a bit much. What's going on, YSL? Damn. Thank you. I'll miss y'all too. It's been a while. But you know, everybody kind of like left YouTube, social media, it seemed like. They say, "Oh, YSL over with, we gone." They said, "Do that and ask him his CSI procedure." Do you have a handbook, Relli? What is the procedure when you show up to the crime scene? Did you wear gloves? Or did you just pick them up and throw them in a bag? Or did you put them in your pocket? Was it a Ziploc sandwich bag? Like, what do we do? And then we can go over to the great state of Alabama and we can see what her procedure was when she collected the evidence for her late husband. Long says, and don't even ask me how I be, running into these stories. It just caught my attention. I'm used to hearing crazy stories, not just on YouTube, but in real life, obviously. But when they said she went back to go collect evidence, I said, wait a minute now, that's too similar to this case. What's going on, Stephanie? Stephanie says she in the building. Thank you for popping in and checking on us, Stephanie. Yeah, it's getting crazy out here. It's crazy. KBJ said between Alabama and Florida, we don't know which one. It's crazier, man. Listen. But yeah, who said that? Was it Rachel? That it's getting crazy out here. It's crazy. And then her dad, she tried to bring her dad in, and the dad was like, hold on now, The dad said, I got you to 18, and I was done with you. You're not finna get me locked up. The dad probably was like, he couldn't even contain, he almost did a little laugh when she was telling him that story. Look at the picture, the dad, your daughter's in jail for first-degree murder or whatever they call it in Alabama. Her husband is dead, that she has kids by, your grandchildren's dad is dead. And he halfway got a smirk on his face. saying, "Oh man, I don't want to talk about it." And like he told her, "Stop, stop, stop." I bet you did. Oh man, y'all, this is crazy. Dad said, "I don't know where you going, but you can't stay." Hey, y'all know what? Well, let me see. Let me see if the I wonder if the dad gave like a like his like what happened to Lazarus, or I mean by the end of it she started changing the name. It went from Lazarius and then to I think somebody said Larry, maybe that's his nickname. But I wonder if the dad gave a full-blown interview. And it's not lost on most of us Dad said not today. That's been paying attention. Y'all catch the biblical names. You know, obviously Genesis, you know, that first book. Some people say Genesis, first book of the Bible. Then you got Lazarus, and you know, in biblical times, that was a man that died, that Jesus raised from the dead. And that's, you know, they said Lazarus was dead. And that's kind of like how she quoted it when she said she left him at the hospital. So I don't know what's going on with in Alabama. Let me see. And I wonder why her lawyers, you know, told her that it was a good idea for her to give an interview to the news. The news people sitting there with a whole camera and microphone, and they getting this girl to, you know, incriminate herself as much as they can. And I'm trying to see if the dad had some while we people popping in. We're on lunch break. We were just killing a little time. Let me see. No, I don't see an interview from the dad. I keep looking. But I don't see an interview from the dad. I thought he had his own separate interview. But it is strange that, you know, he said he told his daughter that she was going to be accused automatically just because. And he probably said that because he knew the story wasn't making sense. Yeah, I don't see one with the dad. But yeah. Oh, you saw he okay, so he did have one. Let me see y'all so we can wrap that story up and let's see if we can hear from the dad. Hold on. What is it? W. Let me see if we can find the dad's interview to see if he added anything to the story. I don't know if he did or not. Let me see what y'all comments say. The dad MIA need to do segments on finding wild criminal headlines from each state. Right? Every state got their own level of crazy. If you look hard enough, every state got something going on. I wonder if they got a YouTube page. Let me see. I'm gonna go to their YouTube page. They may actually have it there. Okay, videos. Yeah. I don't see it as of now. I keep playing the rest of the preliminary hearing, and if I find it, then I'll play it, and we can watch the dad, because I'm sure the dad knows more details than we know. He probably know the real story behind the scenes. And someone said they saw it on the news, so it's somewhere out here. I'll find it, but I'm gonna keep playing the preliminary hearing while we got a little more time. For the people popping in, we're on lunch break. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for being so kind. And Stephanie says, "TalkThatLaw, you're the best." Thank you so much. You're always nice and looking out for the channel. So definitely appreciate that. Okay, let me keep on playing the preliminary here so we can hear some more. Some more from this detective.
6200 Hollywood Boulevard. It showed someone on a skateboard traveling south on Vista Del Mar, right to left at about 10:17.
Correct.
Okay. And as shown on the video, he stops at 10:18 in the same location where the altercation occurred.
I believe he stops closer to the intersection at Selma, which would be just south of that, correct?
Okay. And he bends down in that location and remains there for about 16 seconds, right?
I don't recall that, so I don't have that from memory.
That's okay, we'll play it for you.
Okay.
Oh, well, y'all, I didn't know this because I haven't had a chance to watch all of this. So apparently somebody on a skateboard rolled through the crime scene and bent down for 16 seconds. Maybe they're tying his shoe, but apparently this lawyer has some evidence showing him stopping. So let's see if we can see that. Man, this is wild.
Your Honor, while we're teeing this up at some point, could I just have a 2-minute break? Restroom.
Yes, is this also from defense F?
Your Honor, it's from defense exhibit E, and for the record, it is identified on that thumb drive is the magic video that ends with the digits 3000.
Thank you. So do you wish a moment now or after the viewing of the video?
Maybe let's view the video first and then I'll just need 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Thanks, Your Honor, I appreciate it. Okay, we'll take a look.
And I haven't seen any video, so I don't know what is. Let's see.
Or do you mind if I approach just so I can read the timestamps?
That's fine.
For the record, it's 22:17:51 right now. And it's playing.
Don't you want to go to 22:36?
22:18:04.
Oh, okay.
And here it comes.
Oh no, he stopped right at the spot. Y'all see this? This person, the person on the skateboard, he literally stops at the spot where everything happened at. He came from this way and rode that way. Let me go back a few seconds. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Y'all see him? That may be one of Relli's friends going to go plant the bullets.
Don't you want to go to
Right here.
36?
22:18:04.
Oh, okay.
And here it comes.
What the hell? What is he doing?
Okay, stopping at 22.
And now he's walking away.
So we'll take a 5-minute break
Thank you, I appreciate it.
and recess for 5 minutes.
Great.
Of course.
So as shown on that.
All right, so we as y'all can see, so apparently the officer testified that he didn't see any humans, and that's people in that area between 10:30 and 11 on one of the other cameras. That's why he didn't save it. He said it was nothing there that was of note, nothing there that was important. But now we see somebody happened to ride by on a skateboard in that exact area right before Relli went to the crime scene and found his own bullets. What? And the police didn't think that was suspicious. The police didn't think, who is that guy on the skateboard? And when you have evidence like this is why, defendants, aka clients, as we call them, are hesitant to take a plea deal. Why should I have to take a plea deal where, first of all, I will become a convicted felon for life? So that means I cannot own any real firearms to protect my home, and supposedly his home been burglarized before. So you become a convicted felon. You're going to go to jail for 6 months, and then on top of that, you're going to be on probation for 3 years. And if you mess up on your probation, whether you don't report or fail drug tests, maybe alcohol, anything of that nature, then you can go to prison for 7 years. That's a lot. When you have all of this evidence of somebody riding by the crime scene on a skateboard. Let's keep going.
That video, detective, you see the skateboarder stop at about 10:18 in the same location, close to the same location where the altercation occurred.
Correct.
And according to that video, he stayed there for about 16 seconds.
Several seconds, yes.
Okay. You don't know actually what he did while he stopped, right?
No.
I mean, for all you know, he could have put something on the ground or tipped something up the ground, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Law enforcement did have occasion to speak to that skateboarder, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, on the body cam?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know his name, though, or any of his information, correct?
I do know.
What?
In fact, you have no way of getting in touch with him, or had no way of getting in touch with him after the incident and reviewing any of the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's weird. If law enforcement made contact with that skateboarder and they didn't get any identifying information from him, something's wrong even with that. That's weird. They could at least put it in the report just in case questions, happen. Like, why were you in a crime scene? Maybe he didn't know it was a crime scene, but you stopped at a crime scene. So we're going to get your information just in case we have questions for you later on, or the defense attorney has questions for you. But to not get any information is kind of weird, to say the least.
Right?
I believe so.
Yeah, on the body cam?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know his name, though, or any of his information, correct?
I do know.
In fact, you have no way of getting in touch with him, or had no way of getting in touch with him after the incident and reviewing any of the video, correct?
Correct.
In any event, you've never been able to determine what he was doing at that location when he stopped.
I do know.
Okay. Now, you saw an arrest warrant for Mr. Mayers on April 13, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, law enforcement received Mr. Ephron's complaint about 5 months earlier, November 8th, 2021.
Correct.
And you, along with Detective Camacho Menifee, spoke to Mr. Ephron again at length on November 9th, 2021?
That was the initial point?
Yes, yes, sir. Okay. And law enforcement received, you've testified this already, those two 9mm shell casings on November 8th, 2021?
Correct.
For the record, you just have to say yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Oh, sorry. And law enforcement reviewed and received all that video surveillance you've been testifying about this morning from 1616 Vista Del Mar on November 9th, 2021.
Yes.
Vista Del Mar, okay. And you also received and reviewed the video surveillance from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard on November 18th, 2021.
Correct.
And on November 10th, law enforcement obtained authorization to conduct a search for a T-Mobile information relating to ASAP Ills or Elijah Ulanga's cell phone number.
Correct.
And that's ASAP Ills, by the way, correct?
Yes.
And the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorization to search ASAP Ill's call detail records and GPS location data.
Yes.
And those records showed ASAP Ill's cell phone near Selma Avenue in Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of his expertise last foundation.
The question is just whether or not it shows
The records he reviewed, yeah.
on the phone at that location, not whether it was interpreted
Correct, you are.
in any way. The court's allowing it. Was there an answer?
Yes, I believe that's my recollection. It's been a while since we reviewed that portion,
Okay.
but they were consistent with that area.
Okay, just for if you need to, it's Exhibit 14 in my little book I gave you there.
Okay.
This has all that information I'm asking you about right now. I'm not trying to trick you. Anyway, those records also showed ASAP Ill's cell phone near Mr. Mayers' residence at about 11:11 p.m.
Correct.
At night. Okay. In addition, Mr. Ephron consented to have his cell phone or law enforcement conduct a dump, so to speak, on his cell phone as well.
Yes.
And the information on that phone confirmed Mr. Ephron's communications with Mr. Mayers, ASAP Ills, and ASAP 12E, which is Mr. Phillips.
That's correct.
And as of November 2021, law enforcement had Mr. Ephron's statement.
Yes.
Had cell phone records as of November 2021.
I can't recall the exact time we got the cell phone records back in its entirety,
Take a look at Exhibit 14 if that'll help you a little bit.
but that is, it's consistent, sir.
Okay. By November 2021, you had video of the incident.
Correct.
And you had 2 shell casings.
Correct.
But you still waited another 5 months until April 2022 to arrest Mr. Mayers.
Objection, argumentative.
It's not an argument, I'm asking.
You can answer.
Correct, yes.
Okay, why?
We wanted to run our investigation as thoroughly as we could and work out the logistics to arrange for the arrest ultimately. And Mr. Myers was, at that point in time, traveling. He was outside of the state at various times, so there was different logistics involved.
For 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, what additional evidence after November 2021, if any, did law enforcement recover to use against Mr. Mayers?
From that point on, no, nothing else, but everything that was recovered to be evaluated. It took time, even looking through the video, going through it painstakingly, reviewing it.
The videos that we just saw in court today?
Correct.
I didn't take you 5 months to review that.
No.
It took only 4 minutes.
Objection, argumentative.
Okay.
Same.
In assessing whether probable cause existed in this case, Detective, law enforcement primarily looked at the video of the incident, witness statements, particularly that of Mr. Ephron.
Objection of relevance to his determination of probable cause.
Sustained.
With regard to the video of the incident, after reviewing the footage, which captured the incident from the 1616 Vista Del Mar, law enforcement prepared a document entitled Video Download Information and Summary. And that's Exhibit 21 of that book if you want to take a look.
Yes.
Okay. And in that document, law enforcement, do you have a book as well?
I do.
You do? Okay, so it's 21. And in that document, law enforcement described what it could observe in the footage.
Correct.
For example, law enforcement described what appears to be a struggle in the street at 22:17 and 11 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the form of the question. If we're asking about his personal observations, but phrasing it as law enforcement observed.
Okay.
Is
Sustained.
Sure.
Rephrase,
Example.
please.
For example, you saw what appeared to be, based on this report to refresh your recollection if you need, you saw what appeared to be a struggle on the street at about 22:17.
That's
No
right.
running seconds, okay. And you detailed approximate distances.
Approximately,
Yeah.
based on the camera.
Of course. And obviously you listed various times of various events seen on the video.
Correct.
Based on the video timestamp, right?
Yes.
Okay.
My bad, I was muted. Why y'all call this man Tony Soprano? Y'all funny. I think I found a video, the last one or the other one, so we can close that one up. Just to take a break from this one. And then we can jump back to it. Well, let me play this real quick. I think this is the dad of the other lady that collected the crime scene evidence of her own alleged, shooting that. Let's see if we can play this one.
Accused of shooting her husband to death, then dropping his body off at a hospital.
WKRG News 5's Akivia McFarland was in court for Genesis Tanksley's preliminary hearing. And Akivia, you learned new information from today's testimony.
That's right, Pete and Roseanne. Prosecutors tried to poke some holes in the suspect's story about what happened early on New Year's Day. A ride to a convenience store becomes the focus of testimony in a Pritchard murder case. Prosecutors say Genesis Tanksley drove to the Lucky 7 convenience store on St. Stephen's Road after allegedly shooting her husband, Lazarus, down the road. In a statement to law enforcement and during a jailhouse interview with WKRG, Tanksley said she gave a man a ride to the store. But on Thursday, Detective Vincent Gazier with the Mobile County Sheriff's Office testified surveillance video showed Genesis Tanksley was alone in that car when she got to the store. The detective also shared a witness account of someone who said the victim ran toward them saying, "She shot me, she shot me." Tanksley maintained someone else shot her husband.
After the investigation, there's absolutely no evidence to substantiate that. The evidence presented today, in fact, pointed to her being the perpetrator of the murder. The judge found probable cause to send it to the grand jury.
Tanksley's father was in the courtroom as that decision was made.
Unfortunately, I think that was a very grave decision. Things remain to be seen. A lot of evidence still has to come out.
Investigators say after the convenience store, Tanksley went back to the scene, got her husband, then dropped him off at a hospital. After that, she went to her father's home.
And she was like in a lot of despair, just very distraught, basically saying, Larry is dead. I think she said some dude shot him and he died in my arms, and I don't know what to do.
A search warrant was executed at her father's home on Vetter Street, uncovering weapons that were seized and are being analyzed. Inside of Tanksley's car, detectives say they found a bullet shell casing on the dashboard of the vehicle and blood. Also in the car, a knit hat and a phone, which Tanksley claims belonged to the person who shot her husband. Tanksley's attorney asked the judge to lower her $150,000 bond. The judge denied that request. In studio, Akivia McFarland, WKRG.
Okay. So she done went to her dad's house, and next thing you know, they execute search warrants at his house. No wonder he told her to get the hell from over here with all of that. Then you making the block hot. So they went to the dad's house and they seized all type of guns, probably his own personal guns. For the people popping in, we on lunch. Y'all see it there. We on lunch until 1:30. California time. Oh man. So yeah. And the reason I had showed that for the people that probably weren't here, she is accused of shooting her husband and going back to the scene to collect evidence. And then we also had, in this case, in Rocky's case, Rocky is accused of shooting Relli, and Relli went back to the scene and collected his own evidence. So I just couldn't pass the chance to show y'all the similarities of our new CSI team. We got people taking pictures of their own scenes and collecting shell cases. Why do we need law enforcement? We don't need them no more. We can cut the budget. But yeah, we were watching the preliminary hearing. And if anybody had anything they want to add about the case, y'all can pop on at any time. But we were watching the preliminary hearing just to hear from the lead detective to see the inconsistencies in the story. And for what we've seen so far, we have some rocky evidence. We have somebody ride through the crime scene and on a skateboard, and they at the exact spot that everything happened at, and they bent down on the ground for 16 seconds, and then they got up and they left, and the police didn't think nothing suspicious of that. I would have been like, hold on, I had 7 officers there, and 7 officers found nothing in that spot. Then the only person that was there after that was somebody on a skateboard, and then the person after that was the quote unquote shooting victim that showed up and found shell casings. Yeah. 7 streams. What you think about that, 7 streams? I know when you first came on, you had some reservations about why Rocky did not take the plea deal. Based on what we've seen so far, and it's only been a little bit, so I don't want to put you on the spot. If you need to see more evidence, that's fine. But based on what you see now, is your position the same 7 streams that Rocky should have, took the plea deal, became a convicted felon, went to jail for 180 days, and then was on probation for 3 years. And if he messed up while on probation, he would be in prison for 7 years. Based on what we see now, even if you don't even believe the story of, whether it was a prop gun or a starter gun, because now even the prosecutor is conceding, he's conceding himself that maybe, really wasn't shot. Maybe he just grazed his knuckles. But he said we don't need him to be shot. Just having a weapon alone or threatening someone with it, pointing at them, that's enough. No, I don't think, not the new veer, but I like hearing different sides of every, argument just to keep it balanced. And I want to know. I want to just see y'all mindsets, because a lot of times when I'm picking a jury for my own cases, I'm trying to see what the general public, what y'all think. Okay, you just open-minded. I got you. But as far as whether he should have took the plea, you're standing by that for now, or you're saying that the plea deal of 6 months is better than risking the alternative, which is, I believe, the maximum of 24 years. And I doubt, just for argument's sake, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that 24 years, because the judge is a no-nonsense judge. And I think the judge is even realizing, are y'all for real right now? Even if he's found guilty, is it a 24-year prison sentence type of crime? Right. We can't, the similarities to the Tory Lanez, Megan Thee Stallion cases, it's out there. Megan was claimed she was shot and her feet was grazed. And then we got somebody saying he was shot and his hands was grazed. Somebody said Tory Lanez should have said he had a starter gun. That wasn't no real gun. Tory Lanez said that his house been burglarized before. He had incidences in the past. He needs to protect himself, so he carried that gun for safety purposes. But if something pop off, you might as well have a water gun, because if it ain't gonna shoot any bullets, it's kind of pointless. And if you're not a convicted felon, why not have a real gun? As a matter of fact, when they went to his home and searched his home, he had real guns there. Now, none of those guns matched the quote unquote shell casings that were found, but he did have a magazine that happened to have those same type of bullets of the shell casings. And does the gun Rocky had, does it look like a starter gun? A gun that, because I thought most starter guns kind of look like, those guns, those old school guns, like a revolver, when you spin the 6 bullets and, shoot those in the air. And that gun that he had in his hand did not look like a starter gun, unless they have different type of starter guns. And this is me trying to, keep it even for both sides. I got arguments for, both sides, like I said in the beginning. Okay, what's going on? Okay, she said she agreed. Steph, you got your cup? You got your cup? All right. My initial thought was, based on other cases we have seen, the plea is better than the risk, in my opinion. Okay. Exactly. I did mention this could be a Tory Lanez repeat, but you do say I don't want him to be found guilty. Last I knew, a gun is a gun. Thought there were no shell cases found at the scene. Apparently, there were no shell cases found at the scene by the police officers, but the person who claimed he was shot at, he went back to the scene after the police, not before they got there, after they got there, and he found shell casings in the exact spot where the police searched. And it was 7 of them with body cams and, the big flashlights that they carry. But when Relli went out there, no flashlight, in the dark, virtually within, I don't know if it was seconds, he found the shell casings. And the shell casings he's found just happened to be there after somebody rolled by in that exact spot on a skateboard. I mean, it just seems to me that's reasonable doubt. Somebody on a skateboard just happened to stop right there at that exact time, right before Relli made his way back to the scene. He said, "You from Texas, a gun is a gun." Yeah, and the reason I pointed out the distinction is because if Rocky's saying that the gun is a starter gun, then the firearms expert, or I keep calling her an expert, she is an expert. She says she's an expert. She's a member of the jury. She can say, "Hey, that gun Rocky had, that's not a starter gun. Starter guns don't look like that. Starter guns look like this. The gun he had was a real gun." And the relevance, I guess, would be, if it's a real gun, then those 2 shots we heard on camera, we did hear 2 shots, or we heard 2 loud noises. Then perhaps those were shots from a real gun and not just the noise from a pretend prop gun. And we know about the Alec Baldwin case, when it had a prop gun, was supposed to have fake bullets, but they had real bullets, and it was all type of craziness with that. And then he was grazed on his knuckles. Bruce say dismiss it. Case dismissed. Y'all, we a few minutes away. We're going to be starting back up as soon as the court come back. So we're just talking about, hey, YSL Town, he may have paid that skateboarder, but the lead detective testified he didn't see anybody in that area between 10:30 and 11, and come to find out that wasn't true. There was a skateboarder in the area. And then not only that, they said they didn't get any information from a skateboarder. They didn't get his name, his number. They don't know who he is. And now it's been years. So it's not like we can track him down and find out, what he had to do with this. The police didn't think it was important enough to get his information. But yet they'll approach a random person and try to get their identification for no reason. Just to run your name. Yeah, that don't smell right. Some ain't cleaning the water. What's going on? Now, I don't know. No, I haven't seen that video. Is it a particular one? Law Malcolm, they still guilty? Law Malcolm? Oh, what was the judge and lawyers deliberating on before opening statement? So they were deliberating. Apparently, the prosecutors did not turn over evidence to the defense as required by law. And the judge is saying, we're not going to delay this trial. The defense said, instead of, if you don't want to delay the trial, just exclude it. Don't let them bring it in as evidence. Say you didn't have it on time, keep it out. The prosecutor said, no, that's not fair. The police had it. They didn't give it to us. We should be allowed to bring it in. But what the judge said, I'm going to get you a firearms expert, Rocky, free of charge. Matter of fact, the state uses experts all the time. We have a list. Just pick one off that list. But the problem with that is you're using an expert that always works with the prosecution. So those experts will not likely come in and say something that's going to help the defense. So thank you, judge, but no thank you. We do not want an expert that the state uses all the time to come in and testify on our behalf, even if you pay them. I mean, because clearly money is not the issue. Rocky and them can get an expert. It's the timing. They need time to find the best expert in that field, go over all of the notes. And the prosecutor said it took them a week to do that same thing. So the defense said we need a week, or at least a week. And had we known this, we would have picked perhaps a different jury than the jury that we have now. I think the lawyer was kind of overselling it because he didn't want it to come in. But to throw out the whole jury, he said he would have picked a different jury. I don't know if that's the case, but he still had a right to have that evidence before trial. Look up Florida SAP filed $20 million lawsuit against the sheriff's department. Oh, wow. I'm gonna see it. And in the meantime, while we got a few more minutes, we can kind of listen to a little bit more of this preliminary hearing.
And
this is Rocky's lead lawyer that's questioning the lead detective in the case.
You described that the subject was in a dark colored jacket or sweater.
Correct.
Obviously, when preparing the summary, you wanted to document anything that was observed in the video which you considered important in respect to the case.
I just object to the forms of these questions based on a summary of the video that's already played. The video would speak for itself.
Yes, however, the last question isn't one that speaks directly to the video, but rather that it's a summary.
I would still object to the relevance of the detective's summary of the video.
Just answer the question, please. The court's allowing it.
Oh, sorry, can you repeat your question?
Sure.
You want to document.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. In preparing the report, Detective, you wanted to document anything that was observed on the video which was considered important with respect to the case, obviously.
Anything that notes from the video would be important, and actions, number of people, yes,
Right, that's what this is. This is the video download information and summary, right?
correct.
And clearly, as part of the investigation, if a gun or shooting were observed on the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, that's something that you would have documented in a summary.
Yes,
But this summary does not document that a shooting was observed, right?
it does not.
In fact, the summary doesn't even document that a gun was observed, correct?
No,
No,
No, it does not.
it does not document that a gun was observed on that video from 1616 Vista Del Mar.
And in addition to the summary of the video which was prepared, you described what the surveillance footage from Vista Del Mar captured in a statement of probable cause that was submitted in a search warrant on April 13, 2022, correct?
sustained.
Lauren, I don't know if I could ask this. I'm not trying to run afoul of the court's question, but I'll ask court's ruling, but I'll ask it. And if you want me to move on, I will. In connection with the search warrant affidavit, you wanted to lay out as many facts as you could to establish probable cause.
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay, back to this summary here. When describing what the video surveillance captured, it was only sworn that one individual in dark clothing is seen extending. You know what? Withdraw, Your Honor. Withdraw. Okay, one last question on this. In the search warrant affidavit, you did not say that the video of the incident even showed anyone probably firing a weapon, correct?
In that specific video, no.
And that's the video where the alleged firing happened, right?
That portion.
Right.
It's fake. Yeah, I agree with that. That would have been one of my emotions.
So as it stands, to summarize this whole document, you've recovered no video whatsoever showing that Mr. Mayers fired a weapon.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Okay.
Specifically. In totality,
He said, just so we're clear, we have an understanding, you recovered no video of Rocky firing a weapon. That's an easy question. Did you see Rocky shoot a gun? Is that on video? And the detective said he don't understand the question. Yeah, you playing.
You've recovered no video whatsoever showing that Mr. Mayers fired a weapon.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Okay.
Specifically. In totality, between the video collection, the audio,
No.
or that
Is there a
specific
video?
to 1616 Vista Del Mar?
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, can the detective be allowed to finish his?
That's why I said I was sorry.
Yes, and Joanne's making faces, that means she didn't get that, she's upset. So please allow the witness to finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Joanne, restate the question, please.
Please explain what?
No, as it stands, in summary, he received no video showing the defendant firing a weapon.
As it stands, to summarize this whole document, we recovered no video whatsoever showing Mr. Mayers fired a weapon.
Answer, please.
Yes, ma'am. And specifically to relate to 1616, there is nothing clear that shows it. Collectively, my opinion,
I'm not asking for your opinion.
Okay.
It's a very specific question.
specifically 1616, nothing that definitively shows.
Right. And in fact, that's where the alleged shooting happened, on that video, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It'd be so hard for them to tell the truth and just answer the question. Is it on video? He's all nothing, definitively telling, showing. Bro, is it on video? Nah, come on. And a lot of times officers are really hostile. I've encountered a lot of understand. They don't want to, they really don't want to be there in the first place. Well, I got to answer to you. Your client did it. And then they get upset. Right. And he hiding his face. Dude, take the mask off. But yeah, I did look into that, Mr. Bruce. I did see it. They were at a gas station. It looked like he was trying to film, and they arrested him for obstruction. And the district attorney of that county, I think his name was Warren Sapp, they threw it out. I mean, I believe it was in Florida. They threw it out, the charges, and then he filed a lawsuit. I am interested to see how they would work. Because it's not uncommon. Sometimes YouTubers or other people, they see a traffic stop, they're going to video, and that's your First Amendment right. You can, video. As long as you don't, interfere with the traffic stop or obstruct. And it didn't look like he was obstructing in any way whatsoever. The officer was just, upset because he wasn't engaging with him. He was standing up for the person that was pulled over. But y'all, we should be starting back in a few minutes. I'm watching the live stream, and it's nothing yet. Oh, and a quick note: they said that the judge in this case right now, when there is a break or when the lawyers say, "Hey, judge, can we approach?" they cannot put the cameras on the seal. Like most courtrooms, when it's a private conversation, they'll hide the camera on the seal where you can't see any movement, and they'll turn off the sound. This judge said no. He wants the camera turned off completely. So anytime y'all see a break and the screen goes blank and it may say like live view, like the feed's been disconnected, that's why. The judge want to make sure that there's no slip-ups, in this trial, that anything gets aired. Let's keep going.
You conducted an extensive search of Mr. Mayers' residence on April 20th, 2022.
Correct.
And during the search, law enforcement did not recover a 9mm firearm.
Correct.
In fact, it was part of your investigation you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms.
Correct.
And none of them were 9mm caliber weapons.
Nothing, no handgun, 9mm recovered.
Okay. Do you know what?
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's another thing I did not know. So Rocky's lawyer just said that Rocky is licensed to carry handguns. He's licensed to carry real guns. So if you have a license to carry a real gun, you're not a convicted felon. The question, some people may ask, why are you carrying around a fake gun if you have a license? And that sounds like his lawyer just said Rocky has a license. Let's go back.
Correct.
In fact, it was part of your investigation you learned that Mr. Mayers was licensed to possess firearms.
Correct.
And none of them were 9mm caliber weapons.
Nothing, no handgun, 9mm recovered.
Okay. Do you know what firearms were registered to Mr. Mayers?
I believe there was a revolver. I can't remember the caliber.
Okay. By the way, as the assigned detective in this case, did you ever look to see what firearms were registered to Mr. Ephron?
I believe I did.
And?
I don't recall identifying any of the initial periods of the investigation.
Well, forget about the initial period. As you sit here today, some 3 years later,
Objection relevance.
did you ever identify what firearms were registered to Mr. Ephron?
At the time,
Again, when you say at the time, what do you mean by that?
at the time we initiated this investigation,
Yeah.
I don't recall identifying any guns that were registered to Mr. Ephron.
Okay, but now we're here today. I'm saying up until today, have you since learned what guns were registered to Mr. Ephron?
No, they're not.
Be irrelevant what guns he has as of today.
Sustained.
Well, so let's go back for a second. So you never found out which weapons were registered to Mr. Ephron?
At the time.
Objection calls for
Yes, at the
discovery.
time.
Objection calls for discovery and relevance.
Well, was it important in your investigation to determine if Mr. Ephron possessed firearms?
Objection, relevance, and calls for discovery.
Sustained.
Did you ever ask Mr. Ephron if he had firearms back in November of 2021?
Not specifically. I do recall we asked him if he was armed that night, and he said no.
Okay. But you didn't ask him if he possessed firearms back in 2021?
Possessed, I don't understand your question, sir. Possessed as in he had them at his residence back in New York? Or
Did he own firearms, Detective?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
In addition,
I mean, I kind of agree there. That's a legitimate question. If really owned guns and where he found bullets, according to his own admission, he found those bullets. So it's important to see, do he own a 9mm? Because maybe those are his own shell casings that he planted. So I think that's really relevant. I'm not understanding why the judge is not allowing it.
to relying on video evidence to make out this case, you also considered the statements of Mr. Ephron, obviously.
Yes, sir.
And when considering whether an offense occurred, it's important consideration for you as a detective, whether the complainant is truthful.
Yes.
Okay. And in determining whether a complainant is truthful, you consider whether his statements are consistent.
Yes.
And whether his statements are corroborated by other evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Or the complainant has a bias against the defendant. That's things for you to consider, correct?
Objectives to the relevance of these forms of questions is it be the court's decision to evaluate his credibility, not the detective's.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can I respond to that objection?
No, the court will make a ruling. While you're correct, the court determines this bias for purposes of probable cause for holding to answer a preliminary hearing. The detective can consider that for purposes of determining whether or not he's going to move forward. So the court will allow it.
And anyway, I think you say yes to that as well, right? That would be one of the factors.
The totality of everything.
Sure. And with regards to his statements, Mr. Ephron first reported this incident to the police on November 8th, 2021.
Correct.
He didn't call 911. He didn't go to the police on November 6th when it happened, 2021, right?
Correct.
He waited 2 days before reporting this incident to law enforcement.
Correct.
In fact, even before.
So y'all got that right. Relli did not report the incident after it happened. He waited 2 days before going to the police department. And this was after he found the shell casing the same night. He waited 2 days before he reported it. And some people might be like, well, how was officers there? We got to remember, somebody called in, a random person called in and said they heard shots. 2 people called in. And when they got there, nobody was there, but they searched the scene for shell casings. And it wasn't until 2 days later, I'm assuming, when Rocky didn't pay up, because that's what Relli wanted. Relli wanted money. And Rocky didn't pay him. And then 2 days later, he went to the police station with his lawyer and he reported the alleged crime. And on top of that, he said, not only am I reporting an alleged crime, I have 2 shell casings that I photographed and video for you and submitting them as evidence. And yeah, he was trying to make a play for money, and when Rocky didn't budge, I think that's what made him go to the police. He was trying to use the police as a tax collector, like, hey, I'm gonna put these charges on you, and I bet you that'll make you pay. And if you pay, then I, drop the charges. I'll tell the police that maybe, it wasn't you that shot a gun. I don't know who had the gun. It was too many people around. I'm confused. And the court still hasn't started back yet. We're still on lunch break. I'm watching and they're not back yet.
Before going to the police in this case, Mr. Ephron first contacted a civil attorney named Brian Hurwitz.
Objection calls for speculation.
There's no speculation called for.
The court does not think that's relevant. Next question, please.
Okay. Well, in Exhibit 14, you prepared a report. I think it's a report. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's one of the follow-up investigation reports in this case. It was obviously important for you to note that Mr. Ephron had consulted with an attorney before going to the police, correct?
Objections, the court's already found it's not relevant. So it's same objection.
Sustained.
Yeah. I mean, all right, y'all, this is audio coming from the courtroom. So I guess we may be getting ready to start.
No, I mean, you can put the started off. You know what I mean?
Hey, that's a good question, Tiff State. That's a good question. You just be extorted and just pay the money. And we got to remember, a lot of lawsuits are settled not because people are guilty, it's because they want to just make it go away. I'm gonna pay the money even though I didn't do it, because paying the money may be cheaper than paying a whole bunch of lawyers that's gonna be fighting for years. So we're just gonna pay it and we're gonna do a settlement and be done with it. But it could have been principle for Rocky. He's like, no, I'm not paying you because I didn't do it. And even plea deals, sometimes people take plea deals. Rocky could have said, hey, I didn't do this, but I'm going to take 6 months because I don't want to gamble with 24 years. What y'all think? Right. See, 7 Stream said, hey, he already spent it in lawyer fees. Might as well. Might as well pay the money. What if you do? What you mean hit your record? If you do like a confidential settlement, or you're talking about somebody take a plea deal? Here we go.
Unavoidable commitment arose for someone involved in the case. It was unexpected, but it did arise. Consequently, we will not be in session on Monday, but we will resume on Tuesday. So we get 3 days off. All right, so not in session Monday. We'll be here on Tuesday. All right, Mr. Sloman is finished, and Mr. Takapina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Rakim. That man's Terell Ephron, or you've heard the name Relli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all that the prosecution is going to rely on. He's the source of all the evidence. The 2 assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, prove beyond reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent to Judge Ray Calif, and it means he is in fact innocent until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law later at the end of the case, but it's doubt that cause you to hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Rakim Mayers. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts, beyond that doubt, it's a reasonable doubt, this will work out. And that's why the 16 of you wanted jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to do anything when you're assessing credibility, when you make determinations of credibility. Nothing you don't do in your everyday life. Whether someone's telling the truth, whether they're lying, whether they're mistaken. Just bring your everyday life experiences and you'll be the best jurors possible. There's no magic formula, there's no elixir. And as you now know, there's no jury school. Use your God-given common sense in looking at this evidence. I know that will package you this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapine. I, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rakim Mayers, known globally as A AP Relli. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic abilities.
This is argument is also irrelevant. Overall, what is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven, that are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Two objections. Remember my promises, because I'll remember theirs. When we talk about previews on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
Same, Your Honor, the same objection.
You'll hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent.
Total split of
Rocky is not only a
I do want you to stick to what you, the evidence will show.
yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. That's the district attorney put the picture of his significant other.
Your Honor, sustain. You got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Terell Ephron on the other side, known as Relli. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Relli presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source light that he's a recording artist, businessman. He wants a very lavish lifestyle on social media. He poses with luxury goods.
Your Honor, the same objection. None of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this.
Wow.
None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides.
Number 5.
Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that this Relli wants is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab, nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relli, so he could funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Rocky would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. Because Rocky said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police.
That's what I said.
And even after we went to the police, if Rocky gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that.
He said it, Chad.
The evidence will make clear that Relli is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Rocky, using lies to support these claims.
Free workout.
The evidence will show you that Relli is a blatant perjurer, someone who takes an oath, despite that oath lies. The evidence will show you, and you will see him commit perjury right before you in this court. And you'll see how important that is in this case. Because the evidence will show that despite all the evidence they claim to have, all of it, and I mean all of it, will rise and fall on the word of Relli and his credibility. Period. End of story. You will see, if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is that part of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relli's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Rocky. The evidence will show you that Relli met Rocky when he was in high school in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means Always Strive and Prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with this Relli, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relli is in this court. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry, and as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented to him, Relli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relli's resentment towards him reached the fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death.
He getting gray hair.
Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom. ASAP Josh and offered to cover the cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but didn't actually pay. And he was furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong, because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident, that you'll hear about, Relli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up." Now, it's funny.
Oh, wow.
They showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021, on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called TalkThatLaw, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips, who now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, he saw a text from one of Relli's friends to Relli saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, Rocky wants you to perform at Complex Con." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this Complex Con. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses.
Brian still would never.
He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages for both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relli, because Rocky had reached out to Relli to make plans to meet at his hotel, and you're going to learn, however, that Relli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel.
He's quoting a lawyer.
Why?
That's a quote.
Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relli committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions, the evidence will show you that Relli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relli claimed Rocky instigated, Relli, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Relli claimed that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relli who was the one looking for a fight. You'll hear about Relli's day from the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened in that day. Independent of Rocky in that day. You'll hear Relli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun through his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relli's word for, we'll show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident. And that was lied to Relli's fabricated story about that. The video will also show you who the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relli approached Rocky and reached out first. It was Relli who made the first physical contact. You didn't see it in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle. Again, you saw it. With Relli making physical contact and pulling Rocky towards him. Not Rocky pushing Relli, who outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Not Rocky pushing Relli, but Relli pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relli. You know who else said Relli was pulling Rocky? Relli said that. Relli in a statement. Someone who watched the video said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. So that's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relli has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this video page. And despite Relli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, directed at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relli, again, physically much larger than Rocky, was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause here for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relli seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from me. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to.
Like he said, what appears to be a gun.
The evidence will make clear that the object Relli alleged was a firearm was absolutely nothing more than a prop gun. The DA ended his opening statement saying, 12B will tell you that. He'll testify on behalf of Rocky tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just 12B. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, or this type of fake gun. It's used in pop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, is a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a target. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was a victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. It's
Your Honor, there's been no.
Objection. I got a drink.
Rocky was advised by security to carry a prop gun to scare off potential attackers. Right, and by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun though, despite his ability to do so legally. He didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't need to hide a gun, carry an illegal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relli, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had pop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that fact. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you that Relli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you 2 snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relli coming up.
No, he went there to fight. They both went there. To see what was up.
Okay, now, there's 2 things I want to play for you in there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relli. You're going to see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video. You see he goes with his left hand. He raises his hand first. Play that one snippet. Oh, you know what this. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom.
Yeah.
And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relli, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, oh, Rocky pushed him back. That's how Relli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relli pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relli was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those 3 guys, Rocky, Ills, and Schwelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then a walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around 2 corners. Around 2 corners pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around 2 corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Hills, and 12, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, "You're a crackhead." And told 12, "You live in the projects. You're not successful like me." And told Rocky, "You're a bitch." Oh. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. "Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you?" said the police to Relli. And you'll hear Relli's answer to the police. "I don't know." I don't know. I promise you that answer is going to change in the courtroom. That's what he said initially when I asked him. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, "I didn't know why I followed them." Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that could actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relli was so angry that he was ready to hit 12, according to Relli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relli. You'll learn that when Relli finally caught up with them around 2 corners, on the corner of Selma and East Delmar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kid Ills. Attacked him. And make no mistake about this, the evidence will show you Relli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relli and protect Ills. Wrong. Relli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those 2 warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry that you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, "Hey, listen, man, get out of here. The car alarm's going off now. People are going to start coming." Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, "I'll check on Ills," because Ills was having a rough go of it. Ills is smaller than Rocky. And Relli was pummeling. You're going to hear about how Ills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess.
Not a hot mess.
So you'll hear a different story from Relli. He claims he grabbed him, Ills, as a human shield. A human shield. Funny, Ills didn't get shot. But he was the human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relli knew the prop couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relli wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, if you look carefully, and we'll show you, you'll see that Relli's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. And even after Rocky left the scene, that's simple. even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound, those little box in the bottom, and it had sound. Or pop pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, I'm sorry, Relli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear. And I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like aliens or something. But it's not clear, but you can make some things out. But even Relli in his testimony said, I really can't tell what happened in that video. So we have to go on his word now. And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear. The evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will.
Is the judge asleep?
Relli physically attacked Ills. Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him.
The judge.
With that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. Again, you know this drill here is at the corner.
The judge taking a nap.
Focus on here. There's Rocky, there's 12B, then Ills comes and he's following him. You see him go right after Ills, Relli, and that's from Rocky, as far as the warning shots.
That's the same spot the skateboarder stopped at.
There's Ills on top, Relli on top of Ills, punching him, that's Ills going down to the ground. Rocky's gone, 12B's about to be gone, and watch. There goes Relli back after Ills. And then he goes away after he hits me again. Ills eventually caught up with 12B and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. We have the clips to play. So let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right-hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relli. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12, then Ills, and Relli's still coming hard. And you'll get to see this as many times as you want later. The second one is Relli on top of Ills on the ground. Is that right? Yeah. Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom.
Oh.
And he's going to get it.
All right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Loma can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just going to go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relli, and you get to see it later. Don't worry. Relli, big guy, on top of that little guy Ills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relli, that's Ills down, and Relli on top of him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relli continues his pursuit of Ills. This poor little kid. There. And he hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Ills, and then he goes to the right. There's also a witness that saw this. Unfortunately, Ryan's attempt to scare Relli didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relli continued his attack on Ills and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later. And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear to you. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You'll hear Relli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings on Rocky Fire right there. Picked them up, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relli returned to the area,
Police was there.
7 police officers, like a SWAT, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot.
Relli probably didn't know the
They
police were
responded to
there.
the scene and carefully searched every inch of that area. I could not believe what I heard on the opening statement. Oh, the police didn't know where to look. Police searched the exact same spot where Relli claims he picked up the bullets. Not close to it, not near it, the exact same spot. Thank God there's videotapes. There's a body cam from the police where they're searching. And there's a surveillance video that you see here that captures Relli coming back an hour later. Exact same spot. So, we're playing it now. What's that? We're playing and we're showing. Showing. So this is where the police are. Oh, this is back. Okay. The police are searching with flashlights. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 right there right now. There were 7, there's another one here. This is where the alleged tussling was with Relli and Ills. Rocky's here, 12's here. Here's the corner they came around. So this is where the shots. Yeah. It's very high tech, you're on. This is where the shots were.
Don't tap it.
This is where the shots were discharged according to Relli, right here. Okay, right here. Look at where they're searching. This is where Relli, as he comes back an hour later and picks it up. And here's the landmark. Look, this is the corner that they all came around, right? Here. And this is where it all started. And here, there's that opening right here. See this big orange, red, whatever this thing is here? Look at the picture below. Okay. That thing there is that thing here. That opening here, this is the big orange thing. I mean, you can't really see this well here. You'll be able to take these with you later. This is that orange thing. Go back up again, guys. Down to the other one. This is that orange thing. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. Go down. Directly across a few feet there is where they're searching. You know what that is? That's really an elevator. According to the police, they captured that surveillance video. That's him an hour later coming back to retrieve the bullets in the exact same spot at the. Go ahead up. The cops were searching with a flashlight. The cops weren't there looking for, they didn't know what. The cops were there looking for shell casings because they were called in for shots fired. So what the police officers searching that scene found were no shell casings, no bullet fragments anywhere. They were there. 7 officers with flashlights searching everywhere. No shell casings, no bullet fragments, no damaged property. Understand, there was a parking lot filled with cars right across from where this alleged shooting was, real was, right? Not a window broken, a tire popped, a dent in a piece of metal. No damage to any vehicle at all. Absolutely no sign of a real gun being fired, as one of the police officers on the scene said. I repeat that. One of the police officers on the scene said, there's no evidence of a gun being fired. But still, they're going to ask you to believe Relli, who miraculously found them in the dark an hour later after 7 trained officers with searchlights in the same exact spot couldn't find them. So much for the officers didn't know where to look. They were right in the same spot. So, for that matter, although Relli is going to claim his girlfriend was there with him, because that gives a corroborating witness that can back his story up, right? When he found those shell casings an hour later, the video evidence in this case will show otherwise. That she wasn't with him, unless she's a ghost. That she wasn't with him. Thank God for those surveillance videos. So what did Relli first do with the videos he made of the shell casings? Did he go to the police? No, he didn't contact the police. Instead, he sent them to Rocky and Rocky's manager and said, I'm going to be rich. That was his first thought. I'm going to be rich. I mean, here's someone who basically claims he was shot. That was the initial story, shot. He miraculously recovered the evidence from the crime scene that the police couldn't find. And he didn't go to the police. His first thought was, I'm going to be rich. Well, the evidence will show you that Relli committed perjury without those messages. He actually texted a message meaning, I'm going to be rich. He said, I'm going to be itch at one point. But he said, oh, I didn't mean rich when I said itch. I meant irritable. Okay, because itch and irritable is not very close. When you type in itch, sometimes it's both itch and irritable. It's just one lie after the other. He testified at the early hearing in this case, under oath. And you'll learn shortly after sending those messages to Rocky and his business manager, you're going to learn that Relli sent another message to his business partner, to Relli's business partner, saying, I want to get this nigga's money. That's what was on his mind. Dude. Not his near-death experience. Oh my God, how did he even survive that scrape on his knuckles? Not running to the police to arrest the culprit. No. Texting everyone, I'm going to get rich, I'm going to get his money. That's all he cared about. The evidence will show you that Relli fabricated these shell casings in order to extort Rocky. Right from the outset, right from the get-go. And why did he think he could get away with that? Why? Because Relli didn't know that the police had already returned within minutes of the sounds and the incidents there and searched the scene. Right. He didn't know that.
He didn't know. That makes sense.
Of course, they didn't find anything. We talked about that already. There was no actual shooting because there was no real gun. There was no evidence of a shooting because there was no real gun. And that's why that same night, in response to Relli's text to Rocky texted him, if I shot you, go to the police. They didn't show you that text, though. Showed you a bunch of texts between Relli and Rocky that night. They didn't show you that text. Rocky saying, go to the police. Yeah, because someone who really shoots someone and is guilty said, yeah, go to the police. Rocky texted that. But of course, he didn't go to the police. That was not on his mind. You'll hear what he thinks of the police, this road. After his immediate efforts to extort Rocky failed, because he just wanted to get rich, he wanted to get that, need his money, as he said. When it didn't work, he said, okay, you better go get a civil lawyer. After he tried on his own to get the money, let me go get a civil lawyer to try and get money out of Rocky. And you'll hear that because the civil lawyer would only take his case if he went to the police. Relli then went to the police 2 days later. 2 days after the incident, he finally goes to the police. And you'll learn of the inconsistent statements he made to the police because he couldn't keep the story straight. It is all over the place. You'll hear this ridiculous claim like the one about him being shot. You just saw that picture. This posed proof of him being shot, the knuckle scrapes, the superficial knuckle scrapes across his knuckles, which are consistent with him doing what you see in the video, attacking somebody, attacking hills. That did not look well. But attacking somebody and punching and scraping it up on the ground. What kind of bullet does that? Hits one knuckle, bounces down, hits another knuckle, bounces down again. I mean, it's ridiculous that he said that. He got shot. That was his first story. Now you hear the back off way off that thing now. You'll hear his ridiculous thing about that injury, that it was a gunshot wound that required medical attention, he first said. Of course, now the DA just said to you, oh, you don't have to decide at the end of this case if you got shot or not. You don't have to decide. Don't worry about it. Not that easy. Not that easy. You do have to decide because his credibility is at issue here. You have to decide if he was lying, if he was embellishing, if he was making up a story to get money. So if he says he got shot, and you find he didn't get shot, you do have to decide that. Relli at this very moment has a civil lawsuit against Rocky, seeking millions of dollars. $30 million for the knuckle scrape. $30 million. Not money, not justice. Oh, he also claims that he has a permanent disability from the knuckle scrape.
Not permanent disability.
Lies about almost everything in this case. He swore that he has a permanent disability. You're going to see an Instagram video of him with that permanent disability, showing his manicured hand, turning it around with his Rolex watch on. Permanent disability.
Oh my God.
It is offensive to a different level. He even claims he went from necessary medical treatment for his injury to a hospital. But not here in LA, where he was shot.
He might be the first witness.
He waited all the way from California to New York to go to a hospital many days later, after getting a civil lawyer and being told by the detective in this case, really, you should go to the hospital, not to make sure you're not going to die, not to make sure you don't lose use of your hand, not to make sure your knuckles heal. The detective said you should go to the hospital for this case. The detective, it's going to be undisputed, told Relli to go to the hospital for this criminal case.
That's wild.
Do you think they're trying to build a case?
Is
that what we do? We instruct victims to go to the hospital to make it look better? Those scrapes are no more proof of a real gunshot than those shell casings that the 7 officers did not find are. And what else did the police not find after Relli turned in the shell casings over to them, finally, after walking around and God knows where for 2 days? What else did the police not find? You'll hear that the police, despite examining them for fingerprints, didn't find Rockies on them. Because bullets, metal, capture prints. So if someone loads a bullet into a gun, their prints are going to be on that. Not Rockies. Now, the shell casings apparently had no fingerprints on them whatsoever. As if someone who claimed to find them after the fact wiped them completely clean. But what else wasn't found on those shell casings? Rocky's DNA. They took samples, the police did, of Rocky's DNA for the purpose of comparison. They took his DNA to compare with the bullets. 0, nothing. Never connected to the shell casings. As I mentioned, he was licensed to carry and possess firearms. You'll learn that he legally possessed firearms, which in fact were recovered from his home. You saw that whole bunch of pictures. He had firearms legally in his home. No problem. Police did a search, they recovered. No problem with the police. The evidence will show you that none of those firearms recovered were 9mm caliber, because he didn't have one. You'll learn that the 9mm caliber of the shell casings that Relli claims are recovered from the scene are exactly the type of gun that Rocky didn't possess or own. You'll hear, and you heard from their opening, that there was a single magazine containing 9mm ammunition in his home. And you'll learn that belonged to his manager, Lou Levin, who will tell you, who will be here and testify why that was his. He also was licensed. Most importantly, though, when it comes to this little issue of the bullets recovered by Relli, that didn't have Rocky's fingerprints, the police missed, and all that stuff, and the 9mm ammunition recovered in Rocky's home, that one magazine, 5 bullets or whatever. Most importantly, you're going to learn that the shell casings were completely different than the ones that Relli said he found at the scene and gave to the police. Completely different. You'll learn that the 9mm ammunition in Rocky's home was a brand called Sig Sauer, and the Relli shell casings that he claims to have found at the scene, that the police missed, were a brand called Federal. I'm going to show you the difference. I'm going to show you the pictures. This is the one in the house. That's that magazine that they recovered with a few bullets in it. That was Lou Levin's. This says Sig. Whoever. I can't see nothing now, so can you zoom back a little bit? SIGSAUGER or something like that. Sour. What's this? How does it say?
Luger.
What? Luger. Sig. SIG. Sig Luger. The ones at the scene are these from Relli.
Different bullet.
FC, which stands for Federal Cartridge. Completely different brand, completely different bullet. Those are the ones from the house that belong to someone else who testified here. Those are the ones that Relli claims to have found at the scene. They're different bullets altogether. So much for that big reveal on the opening. They didn't show you that. No. They didn't show you the comparison of the two bullets. Just the magazine. Ooh, it's a 9mm. Different bullets.
Wow.
In the end, you'll see that all the objective evidence in this case relied on by the prosecution to support a shooting rises and falls, on the word and credibility of Relli, who is a proven criminal and perjurer. Those shell casings he claims to have found, the superficial scrapes he claims is a gunshot wound. The video himself that he even claims he can't make out clearly. We have to rely on his rendition of it only. Because without his rendition, you get nothing from any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your job in this trial to evaluate the evidence. To look at every single piece of evidence they present to you, the prosecution, and ask yourself, does that pass the smell test? I remember Mr.
The smell
Lewin, every time he stood up in jury selection said,
out the camera.
possibility? Did we say possibility? No, no possibility.
Smelled.
No possibility. The word possible is not part of this trial, he said to you. Remember that. This case is not about possible. It doesn't pass the smell test. And you have to ask yourself that, does it? Or do you have a doubt about a piece of evidence that's really the focus here when you consider the charge in this case? There are two charges. The first charge is assault with a semi-automatic fire gun in this case. No, actually I said that wrong. It's an assault with a semi-automatic firearm. That's the first count. Both counts of that, actually. The first one is the altercation in front of the parking garage. The second for the altercation around the corner. 2 counts. To prove those 2 counts, they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things.
Real gun.
1, Rocky possessed a real gun.
This sounds like.
Oh,
I got an objection.
the judge will give you the law. He's right. The judge will give you the law again. That's what needs to be proved.
I'm giving you some credit. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I gave you objections, and if you rather.
And you were right too on that one, Mr. They won't be able to meet that burden in this case. When the judge gives the law, you'll see the 2 things that have to be proven. It's not even close on either of them. The objective evidence in this case, independent of Relli, just is not there. There are no gunshot wounds, no evidence of actual gunfire at officers at the scene, no shell casings found at the scene. When the police arrived,
This sounds again like your argument.
evidence will show you there was no property damage, no fingerprints, no DNA linking Rocky to anything. And that's because what Rocky had was a prop gun. Either that, or he's the luckiest man to ever walk the face of this earth. What is real in this case wasn't a gun, but Relli's attempt to extort Rocky. That is real. Out of millions of dollars, and using this criminal case as a windfall in his civil one, and folks, and going back to what I first said to you, my promise, it's a promise to you, that I would be doing this so emphatically if I weren't sure.
That's all that needs to be properly sustained.
You will see, the evidence will show you hard evidence of an extortion in this case. And perjury to try and cover it up. Hard evidence of an extortion in this case, the evidence will show you, and perjury to try to cover it up.
All right, wrap it up. That's enough.
The evidence will show you Relli's understanding in that regard, that if Rocky's found guilty here, he automatically has liability in the civil case and gets money. Lots of money.
That's absolutely proper. Because you're being
Relli's understanding.
Counsel continues. Stop. Whatever. Stop. No speaking objections. Stop.
Wow.
Disregard anything about the consequences of whether Mr. Mayers is or is not convicted in this case. The consequences have no bearing on any decision that you have to make, and you're going to be given a jury instruction to that effect.
Thank you. Anyway, it's been Relli's endgame from the start. You're going to hear some of the absolute worst things come out of his mouth when it comes to this case, this criminal case, and how much he truly cares about this case and what he was willing to do.
That's enough, dude.
To this case. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is over. You'll see that Rakim Mayers, except Rocky's innocent. He's not only not guilty, he's innocent. And when we stand up here for our closing arguments in a couple of weeks, we'll talk about how the evidence shaped up. You'll see that for Relli, it was never about justice, ever. It's about a man seeking to profit from a fabricated narrative, using false.
You objected again?
It's about a man seeking profit from a fabricated narrative.
That's about.
It's right.
The evidence will show you that Rocky has absolutely nothing to hide here. He's a man, evidence will show you he's a man who built success through passion, talent, and hard work. He stands in stark contrast to this no.
All right.
So you take the stand next week and lie to you over and over again, trying to destroy Rocky for his own financial gain. He's a parasite who wants you to help him get his pick. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this case,
thank you.
After all you've seen and heard,
You're gonna come back and ask them really what?
all the evidence and cross-examination, all the things I promised you today,
Not guilty. We get it.
I will ask at your hands
Right.
for a verdict of not guilty
All right.
for Rocky.
Go sit
Rakim
down.
Mayers.
All right.
It's the only verdict consistent with justice. It is the only verdict consistent with fairness.
Thank you.
All right, folks, I want to take a 10-minute break, and I want counsel to remain in place. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes before 3.
Oh,
Please don't discuss the case. Yourselves or anybody else.
Yeah, that's enough. I mean, you got your point across. You don't want to just, overwhelm the jury. They want to hear from some witnesses. We want the first witness to be Relli. We want to hear from Relli. Relli, we need you to come in this courtroom and put your hand on that Bible and get up here and tell what some would say, what Moon say, the God's honest truth. Now, he's not going to be able to do that, because he's already locked into his story from his preliminary examination. Y'all know he testified before at the preliminary, and we seen some of the video earlier of the lawyers questioning the detective, but he also questioned the witness, really. And, he can't really change his statement, because then he'll be, quote unquote, lying under oath. I mean, either he's going to be lying now, or he was lying then, or telling the truth then, lying now, whatever the case may be. But it makes sense. Y'all know when the bullets were planted at that time, really had no idea that the police were already there. We got to remember, a random person called 911 when they heard gunshots. The police came. Relli was gone by that time. Rocky was gone by that time. Relli came back later, an hour later, and planted the bullets, but Relli didn't realize the police were already there, and the police had already searched that road, and the bullets wasn't there. So he go and he, presumably, I don't know if he did it or not, but the bullets were threw down by either the person on the skateboard, by Relli himself, and he took pictures saying, "Hey, look what I found." But not realizing, they were already there, and they had their flashlights, they had their cameras. What else did I take notes on? Objecting. Normally, you don't object during opening statements, and I believe 7 Stream said every time he object, take a shot, take a sip. And I believe he objected at least 10 times, probably more than that. See, because the lawyers, Rocky's lawyer had to use the magic word.
Explaining to me why you are making the objection. If you make an objection, I know why. So just state the objection, state the legal grounds, but don't explain to me why. Everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, all right, 10. What? Does it relate to his opening statement?
It does. My co-counsel got up, he gave a legal opening statement. He didn't argue. He didn't bring up the areas that are outside of what he was supposed to discuss. Counsel got up, and he basically gave an argument starting to I know it, the court knows it, he knows it. The problem is, I don't think he cares, because basically, he just talks about whatever he wants to talk about.
Don't make aspersions.
You're right, I'm not making aspersions. I watched as he continued to argue point after point. I just want to make sure there were several things that he said about what the evidence didn't show. So, for instance, he testified how bullets capture prints, and there should have been bullets on that gun. Well, as far as I know,
You need prints.
prints on the casing, prints on the bullets. They're not dead footprints on bullets outside of that. He repeatedly called the victim in this case, quote, a proven criminal and perjurer. Now here's the problem. Last time I checked, has he made a motion as to what, if any, conduct the court is going to allow? It's absolutely improper. Had a prosecutor done that, can you imagine, just imagine for a moment, if he had gotten up and made aspersions about what happened to, for instance, the defendant in Sweden without having brought it up to the court's attention. I counted 10 different times when he called the victim a perjurer. At least 5 times when he talked about how he was a proven criminal. Unless I missed it, Your Honor, where did he get the court's permission to be able to introduce that evidence? The court remembers, I said yesterday to counsel in the court, all that I ask is if there's an area that you're going into that is not absolutely clear, you approach and you make sure you can do it. So, Your Honor, it's not just a disrespect to me, to my co-counsel, it's a disrespect to the court, because he has basically decided, I'm gonna say whatever I want about the victim, and I don't care whether it's gonna be allowed by the court. And the problem is,
I see your,
okay,
why are you telling me?
well, yeah, Your Honor, I objected during, why am I telling you this now? Very simply, I objected during his opening.
Right.
The court's position, it's clear to me, the court understands that much of what he said was objectionable. The court said, I'm not gonna stop somebody on opening.
I'm reluctant to grant objections during opening statements, no matter who is making the opening statement, whether it's the people or the defense.
So what I'm requesting is I want the court to instruct this jury specifically, and very simply, defense counsel made certain allegations.
No.
He called the victim in this case a criminal and a perjurer.
I know, I'm not gonna do that.
Right.
What I will remind them is, nothing that you say or any of the lawyers say is evidence. That is what I'm willing to remind them of that. And that's the end of the issue now.
Right.
Once the witnesses testify, if you think that there's an objectionable question, object, and if you're right, I'll sustain the objection in a hot second.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break.
No.
No response is necessary.
Okay, all right.
Right. No responsibility for anyone. Yeah, I agree. They should instruct the jury to disregard what the lawyer said. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. That's going to open up a sideshow like we saw in a YSL trial. And at this point, we don't even need to go there. I mean, the judge had a point. Why are you telling me this now? If he was saying something that was so out of line, he talked for what? There 2 hours? Then you don't just object. You object and say, Judge, may we approach? You stand up out your chair. He hasn't stood up yet when he addressed the court. Stand up and say, Judge, may we approach? And then you can get some clarification. Not after it's done. But I mean, but what I was saying is Rocky's lawyer, in order to get stuff in the opening statements, you got to use the magic words. The evidence will show. The evidence will show that Relli is a liar. He perjured himself. The evidence will show when he come in and testify, his story will not match the physical evidence. I don't see nothing wrong with it. I think the prosecutors are mad because so far they're getting their butts kicked. It's a sloppy investigation. It's sloppy. And even if some people, we may not say, okay, you don't believe the whole shell casing, a prop gun, starter gun. Those shell cases is real suspicious. That Relli found that nobody else found. That's suspicious, and there's nowhere on video that Rocky ever came back to the scene or anything like that. Yeah, it's a trash case. It's a sad case that they brought. Y'all brought a case to a national case that would get attention, reporters. Everybody's gonna be there. All eyes are watching. Los Angeles, California. And this is what y'all bring to court. And then they say, well, Rocky didn't have a 9mm gun, but he had a 9mm what is it called? Magazine with 9mm casings or bullets inside the magazine. It's been a long day. And they say, okay. And come to find out those bullets that Rocky had in his 9mm magazine is different from the casings on the street that Relli found. It's completely different. But the prosecutors did not say that the bullets were different. They just said, hey, he had a 9mm magazine. There's 9mm casings. It's a match. But his lawyer said, okay, that's not true because they do not even match. As a matter of fact, they weren't even the same color. The ones Rocky had, I believe, had yellow dots. And the ones Relli had didn't have the yellow dots. And then it had different words. One's a Sig Sauer, and that's a brand of a gun. So it's insanity. I mean, let me see what else I wrote down in my notes. Y'all let me know what else stood out to y'all. And who had the knife? Right, who had the knife? Let me see the notes. What other notes I had? So Relli said in his preliminary examination that Rocky pressed the gun against his head, chest, and his stomach, all within that split second when Rocky goes off camera. So between the time the gun comes out of the waistband, whether it's a real gun or a fake one, he said that Rocky put it against his head, his chest, and his stomach, threatening to kill him. But then when Rocky walked away, you followed and you chased Rocky because you was mad that Rocky had a gun and the other friend had a knife. Miss Deborah C said, hey, those dots are the hollow point tips. Them hollow point bullets. Gonna do some real damage to you. Oh, okay. Brooklyn NYC say unanimous, not guilty. Beyond the, because they gotta prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's just so much doubt. I don't think the witness at this point can be that credible just because, let's say he's telling the truth about what Rocky did. If we give him the benefit of the doubt, you still can't go and, tamper with a crime scene, collect evidence or plant evidence and then collect it. I mean, you should have just let the police handle it. You can't show up to the police station 2 days later with the lawyer after you hired a civil lawyer to try to shake down Rocky for money. I mean, you can't. I mean, you messed up your own case. If you really was trying to get justice, you should have let the police handle it. So I'm going to reach out to Relli, and I'm going to ask Relli if he want to come on and talk to us. Relli may say yes. He may say no. He may say F you. He said, I seen the way you was talking about me. Ain't nobody talking about you. I'm talking about what the evidence will show. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it. Oh, I am. I don't want to do it yet because I want him, let him testify and be released as a witness. And then we can, see if he want to come on. We ain't gonna have no outside influence. We ain't gonna be accused of no tampering. We ain't gonna do none of that. Let him testify, release him. And then we can ask him. And then anything we ask him is going to be stuff he testified to either in the preliminary examination or in the trial. So it won't be nothing new. So his civil attorneys can't say, well, we can't talk about it because we still got the civil case going on. So, well, it's already talked about. It's already on the record. So Miss, she say this chat will eat really up. Oh, man. But yeah, I think the prosecutor's upset because he's not getting his way. Now, I am curious if supposedly Rocky's lawyer did not turn over statements from their witness. Their witnesses said that it was a prop gun. The prosecutors never knew nothing about a prop gun up until the trial started this week. They never knew about any statements. And supposedly in California, the defense had to turn over those statements 30 days before the trial started, and they didn't do that. But my thing is, I know the defense probably wanted to keep it a secret, for like a secret weapon, so to speak. But I wondered if they would have influenced a better plea deal. Had they known this would have been the defense, maybe they would have went back to the drawing board and said, okay, instead of 6 months, just do 30 days. Or instead of a felony conviction, we'll reduce it down to a misdemeanor. We didn't know that y'all had witnesses to testify that it was a prop gun. Now, would the prosecutors lower the offer? Who knows? But that can go both ways when you don't disclose. Okay, she said the plea deal was trash. Mr. Bruce said he's gonna lose his right to carry, but apparently he's not carrying anyway. He gonna lose his right to carry what, a prop gun? Oh, and do anybody know what video? He said that it was a video that Rocky did with Rihanna, and in that video there's a prop gun, or there's several prop guns, and he said that Rocky took one of those guns home with him. So do y'all know if Rihanna and Rocky got a music video together? Let me see if I can. I'm gonna just search Rihanna and Rocky, and I'm gonna see if we can just see if there's any guns. Let me see. I mean, that'll help a lot if we can see that there's actual, prop guns in the video. Wouldn't it be something they call Rihanna to the stand to testify that, hey, we had prop guns in that music video, and I recognize the gun that Rocky's holding to be one of those prop guns. I recognize the gun that Rocky's holding in this alleged shooting video to be the prop gun that we had on the set that day. Now that'll be wild. I mean, if Rihanna bust up in the courtroom and say that, I mean, how can you argue with it? But I'm looking, y'all. I'm trying to see if I see. I'm not really familiar with they music videos. Hold on, let's see. I'm looking at a video right now, but I don't see any. I don't see any prop gun. So maybe that's not the video. No, I don't see any. Let me see what the chat's saying. Oh, that's the name of the song, Fashion. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up. Fashion. Okay, was that the one I was looking at? Oh, from 11 years ago. Now I don't see what appears to anything that appears to be a firearm in that video. And for the people that popping in, we're just waiting for the court to come back. I think they said a few minutes break. I do see something that say ASF Rocky DMB. No, but that's from 2 years ago. That would have been after, right? Let me try this one. Yeah. Y'all let me know if y'all find if y'all find the video. I don't know if he said the video by name though. Oh, hold up, y'all. I think I found something. I think I found something. I think I found a video. But the thing is, when was this video, when was this video shot? I ain't gonna play the sound. All right, y'all see that? Oh, my bad. Y'all see that? That appears to be a gun, and it appears to be some bullet. And this is a video DMB, and it has both. Obviously, that's Rihanna and Rocky. And see, that one kind of went too fast. Let me see if I can slow it down. I'm trying to catch it. It's too fast right there. But it's clear right there. It's clear right there. I mean, it's the bullet and some gun. So I mean, it could be, some validity to to the argument. Oh, she said, when was the video? I think it was uploaded to YouTube May of 2022. But I don't know when it was, shot, so to speak. Because I think the shooting happened in November of 21. So yeah, November 21. And that could have been around the time because sometimes they shoot the music videos, but they don't release it right away. But the question is that, why would you carry a prop gun? Because if you have to use it or you get in a self-defense situation, then, you're probably going to need a real gun. Not to mention, you went out of your way to get a license to carry a real gun. So, why not carry a real gun? But we still got to remember.
Direct examination is finished. We have to take a short break before cross-examination starts. So you're going to get another short break. All right, first witness.
If that fly manages to cross.
What?
If that fly manages to cross near me, do I have permission to remove him from the premises?
There's a fly?
There's a fly that's been buzzing right over.
Buzzing around you or? Whoa. Try shower.
Yeah, he's been all over here. So he's asked the court if I have a shot and am I permitted to?
What do you plan on taking the shot at him with?
I'm gonna use a new.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. All right,
thank you.
Let's get the first witness on.
My first witness is Sergeant Thomas. Zizzo.
Oh. Yeah, we're not going to get to Relli today. Man.
Raise your right hand, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause not pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Please take a seat. Witness stand there.
Yeah, I think they said a fly buzzing around. They need to kill the fly.
And please keep adjusting the microphone and
state
and spell your name. Go ahead.
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name Zizzo, Zizzo.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Slowman, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So would you start out by telling the jury who you work for?
Sure, I work for the City of Los Angeles Police Department.
And within the LAPD, what's your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Do you have a particular assignment within LAPD?
I do. I'm assigned to Southeast Area Patrol in the city of Watts. Well, part of the city is named Watts, and I work patrol there.
And prior to your assignment patrol in Southeast, were you assigned to a different station?
Yes, I was assigned to Hollywood area also in patrol.
You keep using the word patrol. Can you explain to the jurors what it means to be assigned to patrol within LAPD?
Sure. Well, patrol is the very basic function of law enforcement. If anybody were to call the police during an emergency, uniformed officers such as myself, as I'm in uniform now, would respond and meet with you and handle the emergency or respond to the emergency.
Drive around in a typical LAPD black and white patrol car?
Correct. Marked vehicle, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you working on Saturday night, November 6th, 2021, between 10 and 10:30 in the evening?
I was.
All right, get to the
In the Hollywood division, are Saturday nights generally busier for law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
That night at around 10:20 p.m., did you respond to a 911 call?
I did.
Just so that the jury is clear, when you respond to a 911 call, can you explain to them exactly how it is you receive information from someone who would say call 911?
Sure. So it starts with the person calling for police service. It could be anybody. They call, you call 911 for an emergency. It goes to a person who takes the call, receives the information from the caller, and then they pass that information on to a dispatcher who directly communicates with us. And then we get that information from them.
So when you're out in the field and you're receiving, when you receive that information, do you receive that over your radio?
I do, yes.
When you're receiving information through the radio from a 911 call, is that really just a summary of the 911 call?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021,
Do you recall the general area that you responded to at around 10:20?
I do. Selma Avenue, Argyle Avenue, that intersection, and also Selma and El Centro. They're separated by 1 block from each other.
Wait, you said Selma and Argyle and what?
And Selma and El Centro?
El Centro.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mark, my first exhibit, 1-page document with a map that may be marked Peoples 1.
Does the defense have this?
I just went over the exhibits with Mr. Tackney.
All right, that's Peoples 1 for identification?
Yes, and if I can, Your Honor, I'll mark Peoples 2 at the same time. It's a satellite view photograph from Google of the same area generally depicted in Peoples 1. Okay. Sergeant, I'm showing you what I just marked as Peoples 1. I'm going to start broadly with, do you recognize the general area that is depicted in that map?
I do.
Now, you said that you responded to Selma and Argyle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see where that's depicted on this map?
I do.
Can you point that out?
Sure. This intersection here.
There's a pointer there somewhere. You can use that.
Don't bang on the TV.
This intersection here. Selma being east-west, Argyle being north-south.
Does the court need to describe any further if it's marked? Thank you. And you said you responded to Selma and El Centro, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to point out for the record that on Peoples 1, there is an icon of a firearm just meant for representative purposes, not displaying anything specifically. Okay. Showing you Peoples 2, does this appear to be the same? Does this appear to depict the same area that you just went over, Selma and Argyle and El Centro and Selma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to stick with Peoples 1. If you recall, what was the nature of the call that you initially responded to at that location?
It came out as a possible shooting had occurred.
Did it give any details about a particular area?
It indicated Selma and Argyle.
How familiar were you with that area of Selma and Argyle?
Oh, very familiar. I'd worked Hollywood several years prior to that date.
I mean, I neglected to ask, but I should. How long have you worked for the LAPD?
It'll be 11 years this March.
And do you recall how long you were at Hollywood, did you just say?
About 8 years.
8 years, okay. If you recall, what were some of the buildings or businesses that were at that intersection of Argyle and Selma?
Sure. So, at the northeast corner here, there's a hotel, a recording studio, and a nightclub here in the Argyle. And across from that on the west side is an MTA bus depot turnaround, where MTA employees take their buses in and conduct their business. On the southwest corner here of Selma and Argyle is all residential. And then southeast corner here of Selma and Argyle, this is developing residential at the time, I believe.
Okay. Stick with the building where you described the bus terminal was. If you remember or recall, was there also residences above the bus depot?
That's correct.
And when you say residential, would that be like an apartment building?
Yes.
All right. And the southwest corner, that building that you described as residential, would that also have been an apartment building?
Yes.
The uniform that you're currently wearing, it appears you're equipped with something almost dead center in the middle of your chest. Can you describe what that object is for the jury?
This is a body worn camera.
And were you wearing a body worn camera that day, November 6, 2021?
Yes, I was.
How does that camera operate?
So it's always in what we call standby mode. So it's not actively recording, but it's recording 2 minutes of film, no audio, just film only. And at the time you activate it through this button here, the circle, it'll capture the last 2 minutes of audio, of video only, no audio, but the audio starts when you activate it. So you have a 2 minute, what we call buffer of video leading up to that activation where it's now both audio and video. So we activate that when we have public contact to capture the encounter or the incident. When we're responding to emergency calls, lights and sirens, we have it on before we even meet with anybody to document the response there. And then when the contact is over with and it's no longer needed, we just power it down by activating the same button.
Okay. Say you're working a typical shift, you record video on your camera, your shift is over. What do you do with the camera at the end of the day?
So at the end of the day, we have docking systems mounted in the hallway, and we mount these at the bottom. There's a connector where it charges the camera, and it also takes the video recorded from the camera and uploads it into our storage cloud, if you will, so it can be accessed later.
Are you able to access your videos later?
I am, yes.
Now, in anticipation of your testimony today, did you go back and re-watch your video from what would almost be almost 4 years ago?
Yes, I did.
That day, November 6, 2021, you said you were wearing a camera, but did you activate your camera in response to this specific call?
Yes, I did.
Dude, get to the point.
All right, that's Mark. My next exhibit, which is a DVD.
Who shot John?
One video file, it could be marked as People's 3. And the video file that is on the DVD has an accompanying audio. It could be marked as People's 4.
You don't have a transcript?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
People's 4.
I don't know what I said.
You have transcripts for everybody?
I do.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts?
We have a second, each other.
To talk with each other?
Yes.
Sure.
And apparently his mom is a famous singer in LA. This officer, his mom is a famous singer. What are the chances of that? Okay, I don't know what that's about. We can just jump over here real quick. So yeah, this is his mom, Erica. And you know, her, they say she has children, Tommy Zizo. And this is him. Did it freak? What's going on? All right, y'all. That's something with the court. Maybe they paused it. Yeah, they paused it. You know, the judge don't want no slip ups. Yes, a small, right? Like, let me see. Let's go back here while we wait on them to unfreeze it. So she got 2.6 million followers. Her music is influenced by artists like Madonna, Michael Jackson, and Prince. And then she got her own hair extension line, Pretty Miss Hair. Okay. And then her child. I guess he's named after his dad, Thomas. And y'all, you know, the judge, he made it clear anytime there's a break, instead of moving the camera to the wall, turn the camera off.
Hold on. Is there an objection to that?
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to everybody? Does anybody at the table need a transcript?
No, you a lie. Somebody said her husband was a lawyer that stole victims' money. That ain't so. I ain't gotta work. I'm doing this for fun.
Almost everybody has a transcript?
Okay, I'm not familiar with the name. I didn't know that.
Missing one?
But anytime there's a
All right,
break,
everybody has one, all 16 jurors?
judge order
All right.
camera off.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sure she will now. I'm sure she's watching the whole, LA watching.
Now, Sergeant, I have the video, the sole video that's on the DVD up on my computer, and I have it paused at 2 seconds on the video player. I know it's kind of a blurry and out of context image, but if you can, do you recognize this to be your body-worn video captured that night?
Yes.
Okay.
For the record, that's P3 is the news story.
Yes. Correct.
All right, I'm gonna actually play the video all the way through, and then I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions based on the video. Okay. So, starting it at 2 seconds.
All right, let's see this video, y'all. Come on, cameraman. There he goes. Slowly but surely. I had a cop say on camera that the person was effing lying. That helped me at trial. So I'm sure they're gonna think the same about Relli. Well, I guess right now they wouldn't have met Relli yet. But later on they will.
Yeah, there's only one call, too. Oh, just for 1606 Argyle. 1606 Argyle. Cover one wearing a white t-shirt, white shorts, number 2, and black clothing, firing on the vehicle, and on the victim's down. Suspect on scene on Selma towards El Centro. Okay, 1445 Use your code 6 as Selma and El Centro.
1630 Roger, Selma and El Centro. 1630
What's the description? Female black, northern on your white shirt, red shirt, number 2, wearing all black clothing. White shirt, red pants? You 3-0, if you send me this shit. 16 days in there. He had advised that the possible vehicle that was shot into is in the parking lot near the stop sign. Possibly a Calif or sedan, I don't make a model. Project, Terell 152Q, 153. Someone else on track. Hey, some people are calling saying that there was a shooting over here at this corner. Did you hear any gunshots? It was 2 shots. Okay. It was 2 shots. But now it was down there. It was down here.
You see, Roger, I'm meeting with an MTA employee now at someone on our northwest corner. He's advising you hear 2 shots in the area in the direction of this Del Mar someone. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Did you hear any arguing or tires screeching or peeling out, anything like that? Okay, just 2 pops?
Yeah, just 2 pops. You know, sitting right there, I said, okay, that's nice. I said, oh, this sounds like a shot.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could have been one shot, but it didn't sound like it did sound like that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks. He heard 2, possibly could have been gunshots in that direction, which is by Vista Del Mar. And didn't hear any arguing or fighting leading up to that. No screaming, no tires screeching, anything. And we were on someone at Vista Del Mar. Vista Del Mar is that weird street that snakes around behind that club, maybe over there. Yeah. You should follow the scene as well. Is the video exciting? This is the pleasure one. This is
You hear the shooter?
I saw 4 dudes. I'm trying to get now, like 10 minutes ago. That's all I saw was the police.
You know what he's wearing?
Okay. Now that we watched the entire video all the way through, do you recognize, is that an accurate depiction of your activities that night?
Yes, it is.
We're watching video of the first officer who responded.
Near the beginning of the transcript on page 2. And if you need me to go back to the video to refresh me, just let me know.
Thank you.
But at the beginning of the transcript on page 2, around line 7, and then continuing to line 9, you say, I think you're talking to a fellow officer, nothing, huh? Followed by, yeah, it was only one call too. What were you referencing in making those statements?
So I was asking another officer who, I don't remember it being so long ago, but if they had seen anything, they hadn't. And then the comment about one call, well, when there's a shooting, especially in a densely populated area, you get more than one person calling. And that's always an indication that you more than likely have a legitimate shooting, because when you get one call, and I dealt with this as recent as of yesterday, and I've been dealing with my whole career. We have people that suffer from mental illness that live in the city, and it's very real for them. And they'll call and say that they heard or saw something, and a lot of times it's a shooting. So one call will come out because it's not actually a real shooting, but to them it is. So they call, and we keep track of those incidences, and we find out later on who keeps making those same calls. So when we have one call, especially in a densely populated area, it could be somebody suffering from a mental illness, or it could be a prank call, because we do deal with that, false reports of emergencies. When we have a legitimate shooting, and typically you'll have multiple radio calls, multiple people calling in, because you hear the shots, you see the shooting, there's witnesses, right? And then when you get there, you have people coming out, leaning out of the windows, pointing, that sort of things.
So when you say to the fellow officer, yeah, it was only one call, or words to that effect, are you essentially communicating right off the bat, I'm not so sure if this is going to be a real shooting call?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Shortly after that, there's a paragraph between 10 and 14 that starts with all units, shooting just occurred. Can you describe for the jurors what that language is, or where that's coming from?
Sure. So this is actually the second radio call that came out. So the first call prompted our response there, and while we are there, this line here, 10 to 14, is an additional radio call. So now it's 2 radio calls. And so those comments there give a suspect description, a location of a shooting that occurred, clothing description of the suspects, a description of what happened. He fired into an unknown vehicle, unknown victims down, and then last direction of travel there, the last sentence, last seen on Selma towards El Centro.
Would it be fair to say that the first call that came in was not captured on your body-worn camera because of the buffering that you were talking about?
Correct. That call came out before I initiated my code 3 response. You actually see me writing parking tickets. It came out while I was doing that prior to me activating. Yeah.
When you say code 3 response, what does that mean?
Right. Sorry. So code 3 is a designation that we use to denote that we're responding lights and sirens. We call that our code 3 equipment. So.
Okay. Now.
Stephanie, I think you said Monday.
That second call comes out with information that there are potential suspects on Selma towards El Centro.
I think he said
And
Tuesday.
it gives a description of the clothing of the suspects, correct?
Correct.
If you need me to go back to the video, I will, but do you recall from watching the video where you were when you received that radio transmission?
I believe I was actually at the intersection of Sunset and El Centro. I'm sorry, Selma and El Centro.
So you're at the location where the call is saying the suspects are, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do?
Continued to look out the window and canvas and see if there were those, anybody matching that description, those suspects present.
Is it fair to say you did not see anyone that matched that description?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he said course
I believe on the
counsel
recording you say,
Monday.
I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro. Can you just explain what code 6 means?
Back on
Sure.
Tuesday.
We use these codes for brevity and clarity. It just means this is where I am. So if I say I'm code 6 at Selma and El Centro, this just means I'm there present at Selma and El Centro. So they know where I am, right? There's officer safety reasons and then letting everybody know that I'm there.
Okay. So taking me back to that night, you received first call, Selma and Argyle. Second call, Selma and El Centro. You happen to be there when you received the second call. You've not seen what is supposed to be described there. First, do you, based on your long work in patrol, do you have any reason why it's possible that that information would come out, but those people wouldn't actually be there at that time?
Maybe a delay in reporting.
Okay. So it's possible they were there earlier, and as it gets filtered through the multiple people that get to you, it's just not there at that time?
Correct.
And then you, as you're at that intersection, Selma and El Centro, you're not seeing these people, what do you do after that?
Well, that was when I approached the MTA employee who was seated in his bus, the MTA lot.
And what's the point of approaching the MTA employee?
Well, when we get to something as a report of a shooting, we have to do everything we can to determine what happened, if anything, right? When we get there, we have to, we work with what we got, not with what we like, but we work with what we got. So if there's anybody in the area, I'd make it a point to obviously go talk to them. Hey, did you hear anything? Did you see anything? There are some people who are reluctant to call the police, but if they're approached when you get there, they may actually provide you some information to work with.
Okay. Is it fair to say at that point you were having trouble determining if a crime had even occurred?
That's correct.
After speaking with the MTA employee, he directed you generally to the area of Vista Del Mar and Selma, correct?
Correct.
And Vista Del Mar is that small street between El Centro and Argyle?
Correct, this one here.
Okay. But is it fair to say that even the MTA employee told you he wasn't sure if it was gunshots? He said possible.
Right, and we all heard that on the video. He said maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Could have been something to that effect.
Okay.
Is it fair to say a cross-examination question, not direct? So it should be objections here for leading the witness. I don't know why I keep learning about that.
At around that point in the transcript, page 4, around line 14, you're told through the radio, quote, the PR from incident 4245 does not wish to meet. Can you explain what that means in layman's terms?
Sure, so prior to this, I had actually, and we saw that on the video, I had asked if the PR, which stands for person reporting, that could be anybody who calls 911, that's how we refer to them, person reported. I asked if they would like to meet. I do this on almost every call because it makes sense to just meet with the person who saw what they saw and decided to call the police. So that's what I was doing there. Incident 4245 is just the last four of the incident number, which is unique to each call, so we can differentiate one call from the other.
It's showing 53
Were
53.
you hoping to receive additional information from the reporting person? Is that your purpose of trying to meet them?
Correct, yes.
And when you're told that that person does not want to meet with you, how does that affect your investigation?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I know there's a big expectation on us when we arrive to just figure it out on our own, but the reality is we need the public's help. We need to meet with people who saw what happened and determined they needed to call the police. There are witnesses, there are best means of investigation for sure.
Okay. When you approach the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma, so now we're about right where this icon is. Where did you go?
So we went to the, as was indicated in the comments of the call, the parking lot next to the stop sign is how it was described. And that was the information we had to work off of. And right here is a stop sign controlling traffic east and west on Selma. And there is a parking lot there, which we saw in the video. So
I'm going to stop you, Sergeant.
Sure.
Really quick, because when you say right here, we have to identify where you're pointing.
Sure.
So my recollection when you said right here, and correct me if I'm wrong, was sort of maybe just above where the icon is, the gun icon?
Correct, northwest corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, that parking lot there.
Okay, and I'm actually going to switch over to People's 2, this photograph. I'm going to zoom in where the same icon is, just to orient us. Would that be that same corner that you're talking about? I know Vista Del Mar is not labeled, but is that Vista Del Mar?
Correct, it would be this parking lot
Okay.
on the northwest corner.
And if it's easier for you to describe where you went on the photograph, would you do that? If you want me to flip back to the map, People's 1, just let me know.
So this is fine.
So where did you go after you got to the intersection?
So when I got here to the northwest corner, I exited my vehicle and walked the actual parking lot on the northwest corner.
All right, thank you so much, Steph.
Are you saying you stopped your patrol car right at that corner?
No, I would say just north of mid-block.
Okay. Is there any point or reference you can point to on here where your car was stopped?
So on this map, I think a good approximate would be right above the end here on this Hollywood Levon on the map.
Yes.
Okay. And after so you drove your patrol car up this street and parked it there, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go after you got out of your car?
Yeah.
To the parking lot here in the northwest corner of Selma and Argyle.
Not surgery.
On the video, we saw you and your partners interacting with someone holding a skateboard after you got out of your car. To your knowledge, did that person provide any details about the crime?
No, we didn't receive any information to work with from him.
Okay. On the video, we saw you walking through the parking lot. What was your point in walking through the parking lot?
Well, the comments of the call updated and again directed us to that lot next to the stop sign as it's described. At that point, we're looking for evidence of a shooting. In that specific scenario, vehicles with windshields and windows that are destroyed, flat tires on vehicles, damage to vehicles, impacts from firearms.
Did you see any of that?
We did not, no.
Okay. Did you find any victims in the parking lot?
No.
Would you describe the parking lot as nearly full of cars?
Yes.
Towards the end of your video clip, we heard you and your partner addressing someone who was off camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If you can describe that person at all, who was that?
Can't recall what he looked like, but I believe he was a resident or somebody that was occupying that apartment there above the parking lot. And I can't recall, but from watching the video, he said he saw two guys, and then the rest you can't hear on video. But I do remember independently that he also didn't provide anything, he just didn't have anything to provide us that we could work with in terms of investigation.
You don't have a
So you
report.
talked to the MTA employee, you talked to a skateboarder, you talked to a resident at a building there. Fair to say none of them provided you details about this crime?
Correct.
At that point, did you know where, if at all, this shooting had occurred?
No.
He should have wrote their name down in a report just in case they needed a follow up.
How would you categorize the search that you and your partners did of the street of Vista Del Mar, just north of Selma?
Categorize or
Yeah, how would
characterize?
you characterize it?
I would say typical of responding to a shooting call. We're looking for victims that are down. We're looking for witnesses who can direct us to suspects or victims who are down. We're looking for damage to vehicles or buildings, impacts, right, from gunfire. Those sorts of things.
Would you say that you and your partners searched every inch of that street?
We didn't search every inch of that street. No.
Okay.
Can't say that.
As you sit here, can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar?
I can't say that I may have missed something. It's possible.
Okay.
Not the whole street.
Last exhibit I have for Your Honor.
That specific area. Man, listen. Yeah, we watching you.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was a expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Speculation.
Yes.
What is the People's Five?
People's Five is another map, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Is it a map or is it an aerial photograph?
It's a map. And it has.
objection to that last question.
Do we have the grounds with the objection?
Sure.
Read the question back, please.
That's speculation.
Is it reasonable, in your opinion, to believe that if there was an expended cartridge casing in that street, that you may have missed it?
Lawyer was too slow on the draw.
As phrased.
In your experience working patrol, is it reasonable that sometimes you will respond to a shooting and miss certain evidence such as fired cartridge cases?
That's correct.
And if you miss a fired cartridge case, how is it that you could say, yeah, on that instance, I missed that piece of evidence or something like that?
You mean, how would I find out later?
Yes.
A couple ways. I mean, somebody finds it the next day when the lights up and they see it, and they call the police and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's one way.
Has that happened in your career?
I have heard of that happening. It hasn't happened to me.
Is it typical that after a case is investigated by a patrol officer, it's passed on to a detective?
Yes.
And have you heard of occasions where the detectives will go back and search an area and find something that patrol officers missed?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the court camera that's blurring in and out.
Now we get People's Five, the map, and it's annotated with 4 different colored arrows. If I may.
Yes. Yeah, I'm looking at other streams and it's going in all of them.
The area of People's Five here, you've already described this to be that area that you responded to that night, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the arrows generally reflect the path that you took as you were driving around in your patrol car as we watched it on the body of the video?
Yes,
So you started down here where the number 1 is, headed north on El Centro, made a left turn on Selma, then come south on Argyle, and made a right turn on Sunset?
right, westbound turn on the Sunset, yes.
Okay. And when you were on Sunset, did you make a U-turn and then head back up Argyle?
Correct.
Did you cross Selma and go into the bus depot on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Correct.
And then did you come out and go to Vista Del Mar and then go north on Vista Del Mar?
Correct.
And would the yellow generally reflect it's 300 feet, but would that generally reflect where you walked through the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Let me see if the sidebar not on the record, please.
Oh, here we go. Second childhood. Lock that resident endangering food love off for a rap image a child could have caught astray. Oh, okay. So you're saying that Rocky is guilty. And looking at the poll, I will say that 53% say not guilty, 33% say guilty, and 13% has it at a hung jury. So I mean, I get it. But y'all, I think the defense is getting ready to question his witness, and normally court goes until 4 o'clock LA time, and I believe that may be maybe about 7 more minutes. So maybe he'll let the defense start questioning the witness.
Thank you. I'm gonna go up to a certain part.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm gonna go up to a certain part. That's part of the break. I think it should take us right to about 4.
Well, we have to break the floor.
Yeah, I'm saying, I might be a few minutes short of 4, but we'll give the world here. Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Just a couple things. This whole line of questioning about, the possibility that you may have missed something. Remember that line of questioning the prosecutor asked you about?
Yes, sir.
You're not trained to miss something, you're trained to find things, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you say you may have missed something, there were 7 of you guys responding officers at the scene, correct?
Did you say 7?
Yeah.
I don't think it was 7, but.
Look. Okay, how many do you think there were?
I think 3 total.
Oh, no. Did you see the video?
I did. I only saw 2 others, including myself. That's 3.
How about Brian Kijevix? You know him?
Kijevix, yes.
Was he there?
I believe so, yes.
How about John Cook?
Yes.
Okay. Gerardo Sweeney?
Don't recall.
Okay. Steve Wilson?
Also same.
Rocky Martinez?
Same.
You can't go past
How about Adrian Rodriguez?
Don't remember seeing him.
And Jose Quintanilla?
Quintanilla? No, sir.
You don't remember seeing him either?
No.
Okay. So, anyway, there is camp footage of other officers, not just yours, right?
Correct, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, you don't know if you missed something, right?
I don't think anybody would know if they missed something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What was the first time you discussed the possibility that maybe you missed something with the prosecutors? What was the first time you discussed that?
I mean, today we reviewed stuff, right?
I don't know. It was the next day.
Correct.
But it was the first time you discussed maybe I missed something.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
This was in 2021.
And what's it now?
This is 2025.
Okay. So, for the first time since 2021, today is the first time we discussed with the prosecutors, oh, I may have missed something.
Correct.
And the first time you met with them, anyone in this case, was on Wednesday, right?
No, today is the first time I met with them. Spoke with them on the phone.
On Wednesday?
Wednesday, I believe, about scheduling and about appearing.
They last minute.
So today's the first time you met with them?
Met with them in person, yes.
And the first time you discussed testimony was today?
Yes.
You didn't discuss on Wednesday?
No, we discussed scheduling and what the case was about. That's it.
It's not uncommon. We wait to the last
You
minute.
take your duties seriously. By the way, let me stop for a second.
A lot of cases.
You were asked what you were looking for hypothetically when you arrived at the scene of a corporate shooting. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said victims, yes?
Yes.
Damage to property, correct?
Correct.
What about shell casings? Would you look at that too?
Sure.
Because you didn't mention that. That would be something, right?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
Do you take your duties as a law enforcement officer seriously, Sergeant?
I do.
And because of that, you make your best effort to perform your duties to the best of your ability, correct? And you do, in fact, the best to perform your police functions carefully.
Yes.
And you're a sergeant, right?
Yes.
I mean, very distinguished position, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you pay attention to detail, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you get called to a shooting scene, you guys have flashlights too, right? Correct. Searchlights? You know what you're looking for, right?
Correct.
On November 6, 2021 at 10:27 p.m., you had received a report of shots fired, right?
Correct.
And you responded to the area of Selma and East Belmont.
Correct.
And you were wearing your body cameras, I think that was established, right?
Yes, sir.
And you reported that.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, fellow officers recorded video as well.
Correct.
And you in turn recorded your fellow officers' activity.
Right.
You exited your car around 10:31.
Can't independently recall, but if it shows that on the timestamp, that timestamp's accurate. There's no reason to believe it's not.
Correct. Not accurate.
Correct.
Okay. And your car was parked next to that parking lot on East Belmont?
Yes.
And after exiting your car, you walked southbound on East Belmont?
Correct.
Towards the stop sign on the corner there, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes. And then you just walked into that parking lot with all those cars, right?
Yes, sir.
By the way, there was no damage to any of those cars that you found, right?
Not that we saw, no.
You were looking, right? You guys were looking.
Yes, sir.
And once you were in the parking lot, according to your body cam, you walked from one end of it to the other.
Correct.
As you did that, you had the flashlight on.
Sure.
All right. And you saw from your body cam footage, other officers had their flashlights on.
Correct.
And at one point, from your body cam footage, you were looking at the windshield of the vehicle with your flashlight, right?
The rear windshield on the red car?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were searching for signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
All right. You didn't find any broken glass?
No.
No damaged cars?
No.
No bullet holes?
No.
You established no shell casings?
Correct.
No blood?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't find any signs of shooting, right?
Correct.
Now, you said there have been times you responded to a reported shooting only to find that the person who made the call intentionally lied about it, right?
Right, like the false report of emergency or
Yeah.
somebody suffering from an illness.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be intentional lying, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that if someone misreports a shooting that never really happened, you wouldn't expect to find any evidence of it when you get there, right?
Right.
Now, your own body cam footage ended at 22:33:16, meaning 10:33 and 16 seconds, right?
Okay.
But you still remained on the scene after that was turned off, right?
Well, I can't remember, but if I'm turning it off, it's because I've concluded what I need to do and then I'm leaving.
Well, after searching the parking lot, you searched the street as well.
Are you saying after I went into the parking lot, I exited?
Exactly.
I don't remember if I did. I'm going off my body worn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna help refresh your recollection if I can, okay? Who was that officer with that name that I mispronounced badly? Brian? You too. Okay.
Kijevix, yeah.
Yeah.
Call him Brian.
There's a J, a B, and an X all in there.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, Brian.
Right.
Also Brian.
Yes.
I want to show you the body cam footage that's been marked as defense exhibit A, for identification.
Is there audio? There is.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a transcript?
We don't need it. This is not the sound. We don't need the audio part portion of it. It's just for visual.
What defense say? Thank
Now, directing you to 22:35:50, 20 seconds into this video. Hold on 1 second. Is that it?
Okay.
You good there? Yeah. So that's 22:35:50, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's whatever it is.
10:35 p.m.
Thank you much. 20 seconds into the video. Do you recognize yourself on?
I do.
Okay. So you did go to the street after the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And at that point, your body camera is off?
I can't remember if it's on or off. If there's an additional video you want me to watch, but again, this was 4 years ago.
No, I understand. That's what you spoke about for the first time today with the prosecutor, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you see any of your body cam footage today when you talked about it for the first time, displaying what you're looking at?
My own video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Showing that part?
No, not this.
Right. I know you saw your video from before that we all saw, right? But you don't see any of your body cam footage showing this, right?
No.
Okay. But that is you, right?
It is, yes.
And that video truly and accurately reflects your activities during the search of the scene on November 6, 2021, correct?
Correct.
Were I off as defense exhibit A?
You already have it marked.
Offering
I'm sorry,
it
what are you
to
doing?
evidence. I identified it and I'm offering it evidence.
It's evidence?
Yes, sir.
Objections?
Evidence would not move somebody into evidence until the case is
That's
recorded.
true. There can be a motion to admit evidence at any time as long as there is a foundation and it's relevant and admissible. Do you have an objection now as to foundation or relevance?
No, I don't.
Defense says admitted.
Now the street shown there, so I'm sure. You want a little camera screen there?
Well, this is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you.
Very small problem.
Sure.
Back to you.
It's time. Okay. Ding. We'll continue.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to recess now, sir. Sure. So you're gonna come back on Tuesday, so 10:30 in the morning.
10:30, all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming in today.
All right.
All right, y'all, we made it to the end. Tuesday, 10:30.
No.
All right, y'all. Tuesday. What y'all think so far? Let me look at the vote one more time before we get out of here. Thank y'all for staying throughout the day. Oh man. Yeah, I looked at Sam Elliott, yeah. And you know, Sam Elliott played in the movie. I think it was a movie called Tombstone. That was a real good movie back in the Gap. And he didn't play neither, so the judge just like him. They don't play. They don't play. But y'all, so we're not coming back Monday, we're coming back Tuesday. Yeah, that was a good movie. Okay, 7 Streams say she still don't feel. Oh, I say she, he or she. I don't know why I got the. I want to say she. I can't remember. It's been a. I still don't feel good about this for A. Rocky. I'm a she. Okay, I thought so. That's and I could tell kind of by the comments and the way you write. Hey, anybody seen where Jiggy been at? Jiggy, he all right? I know I had talked to Tasha the last time and Mookie and some of them, but yeah. I thought so. Thank you, Seven Streams. She said she don't feel good about it. She think he should have took the plea deal. And we had somebody jump in the chat. I never seen their name before, but they came and said, Rocky shooting, he could have hit somebody. Let me stop that right there because I don't want to. It's one of his videos or something. I don't want to play no music. There's like a Fortnite or something. But yeah. Yeah. The plea deal was trash. Yeah, I mean, I can't see nobody asking somebody to go away for 6 months when you're dealing with evidence like this. And maybe Rocky's telling the truth because something not right about those shell cases. And that really says a lot to me right there. If you have the truth on your side, you don't need to be going to go plant no evidence or nothing like that. And I thought Relli was going to be first. Maybe they want to save him for last so they can, make an emotional plea to the jury. This is a real person. This is the real case. He's the victim. Look at his skin. His skin going off his fingers. Hopefully it grew back by now. But yeah. I don't know. I don't think I haven't seen anything on social media. I haven't seen anything on Twitter that she showed up today. I haven't seen any news. Anybody else? Let me double check though. Let me double check. Let me check Twitter before we go. Nope. I'm not saying nothing online at all. Nothing. No, she wasn't there today. Brooklyn NYC say jail time wasn't the issue. Brooklyn NYC said she can go do that little 6 piece, 6 months. And I think I really counted that as number one in my priorities for Rocky. Every client's different. If you have a normal working class client, then obviously they need a job. And a felony conviction can make that hard. But with Rocky, yeah, he don't want a felony conviction, but he's married to a billionaire. And he has a different job than most people. He can have a felony conviction. Not saying that he won't that. So I'm thinking jail first, conviction second on his record, and then third would likely be revocation if he messes up. And a lot of people that got money, they can find ways not to mess up on probation. So that's why I think jail. And Rihanna probably don't want to be a single parent, and he's sitting in jail. Yeah, so maybe on Tuesday we can kind of talk about the jury selection process during the lunch break, because apparently Rocky's lawyers had a problem with the amount of people that looked like Rocky that wasn't on the jury. And we got and now we got a problem with Rocky's attorney. The people saying he's saying the N-word too many times. But as far as the jury makeup, they say there's been a lot of I think that's only 4% or 5% of the jury pool represented Rocky's demographic. So You know how that go. But then it was a point where Rocky had said a while back, and I think he later clarified, but it was a protest going on in Ferguson, you know, protests and the Black Lives Matter. And he said something about he don't care about no F in Ferguson. You know, he lived in Soho and he lives in Beverly Hills. He can't relate to those people. And I think he faced a lot of backlash. But I think he clarified later on. We can go back and watch all of that. And I think Al Sharpton came out and released a statement, you know, fighting for him right now. Okay. Yeah, I do that. Yeah, this was a while back. He said, yeah, I'm not from Ferguson. He said, I'm not no Elfin Al Sharpton, what I look like. And the very person who he said he wasn't is the person that's now standing for him right now in his time of need. So it's crazy. Somebody said, the jury of your peers are the people you live with. Let the Soho and the Beverly Hills people sit on your jury. Them the ones you can relate to, apparently. But yeah. But he said it, the reporter took his words out of context. So maybe we can do a deep dive during the lunch break on Tuesday and see if we can get some straightened out, some straightening. So let's straighten it out. All right, y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Know it's Friday, and y'all got stuff to do. So thank y'all for stopping by, and hopefully we can come back here on Tuesday. Thank all y'all in the chat, keeping the chat alive. Y'all, boy, y'all gonna have me laughing all day when I go back and look. Thank you again to Monica, Allie, and of course Stephanie supporting the stream. Thank y'all and all of y'all for coming in and the members. Wait, what are y'all talking about? Old school? Wait a minute, Bruce. What you know about that? Mr. Bruce said, wait a minute. Old school Badu song called Tyrone. Yeah. I think you better call Tyrone, ain't it? What you know about that song? And how Miss Susan don't know it? Wait a minute now. What's going on? And y'all, I will reach out to Relli, but I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to, you know, interfere with the process. Let him go to court, testify, and then I'm going to ask him if he want to come on the stream to help us clarify, you know, his CSI skills. So we'll reach out to him after that. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all on the next one. But before I go, let me give my legal disclaimer. No legal advice intended. Don't even start that lie. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night. Good night. Yes, thank you. Definitely the best, hands down. Yes. All right, thank y'all. Y'all have a good night. Let's go.